Love for the Cowboy by Hannah Jo Abbott. Copyright 2023 by Hannah Jo Abbott. All rights reserved. No part of this book may be reproduced in any form or by any electronic or mechanical means, including information storage and retrieval systems, without written permission from the author, except for the use of brief quotations in a book review. Scripture quotations are from the ESV Bible, the Holy Bible, English Standard Version. Copyright 2001 by Crossway, a publishing ministry of Good News Publishers. Used by permission. All rights reserved. This is a work of fiction. All the names, characters, businesses, places, events, and incidents in this book are either the product of the author's imagination or used in a fictitious manner. Any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, or actual events is purely coincidental. Chapter 1. Garrett Macklin never wanted anything different than this life. As he slowly rode his horse towards the barn, he thought back over his day. Rising with the sun had been his life for as long as he could remember. Even as a teenager, he had been eager to be up with his dad and older brothers working the ranch. Now he lived on his own piece of the property, but after breakfast at the main house, he spent his day with the cattle. Some of his brothers hurried off to their own houses to be with their wives and family, and Garrett thought that was great for them. But it wasn't for him. Bachelor life was the plan. Sure, he could see his brothers were happy, but they also needed time away when they had a baby, or their wife called with a broken oven in the middle of the day. Garrett preferred to be with the horses and cattle. His days had a predictable rhythm, and he liked it. And when the cow got out in the middle of the night, he was the first one on the scene. And no one was at home texting to ask if he was done yet, and when he was coming home. In the barn, he jumped down from his horse. "Long day?" his brother Jensen asked, looking up from where he was brushing down his own horse. Garrett chuckled. "Aren't they all?" Jensen nodded. "Seems like it, but today was busier than some." "Yeah, it's not over either. I'm going to grab some dinner, but then I've got to get back out to the pasture. One of the cows is in labor. She seems to be doing fine, but I want to check on her." Jensen patted Garrett on the shoulder as he walked past. "Thanks for taking up the slack. I know it's been a busy season. I want to be here, but Sierra needs me at home tonight. The baby has an ear infection and he was up all night. He only wants to be held, and she's had a rough day of it." Garrett gave him a half smile. "No problem. Happy to help." "Thanks, bro. I owe you one. We'll all pay you back one day when you decide to settle down." "Nah, you don't owe me anything, and I have no plans to settle down." Jensen laughed. "Then maybe one day we'll just let you take a vacation." "What's a vacation?" Garrett asked. "It's a mysterious thing. I've heard about it but never experienced it myself. Something about going and staying somewhere nice and relaxing." Jensen shrugged. "If you take one, you'll have to tell me about it." Garrett nodded. "Will do." But he knew full well he wouldn't be taking a vacation. He couldn't exactly picture himself sitting on a beach with his feet propped up. Besides, his cowboy tan that was dark on his arms and face, but pale white everywhere else, would likely blind anyone who happened to walk by. No, the closest thing he got to a vacation was driving a few hours away for a cattle auction. Riding in a truck was practically relaxing compared to chasing cattle. Now, he finished with his horse and double-checked that his tack was put away neatly. Nothing worse than finding his gear tangled up when he was in a hurry, or worse, damaged from being hung the wrong way. Garrett quickened his pace as he walked towards the house. He didn't know what his mom was making for dinner tonight, but whatever it was, it would be delicious as always. He knocked the dirt off his boots and removed his hat as he walked inside the house he'd grown up in. Voices echoing from the kitchen told him his brothers and their families were already waiting. "Garrett, so glad you could join us." His youngest brother Colton called out from where he leaned against the counter. Garrett acknowledged him with a jerk of his head. Well, you know, some of us have to put in a full day's work before we take a break, he said with a competitive edge to his voice. Oh, I put in a full day, Colton said. I was mending a broken fence while you were still dreaming about that time I beat you at the school track and field day. What was it? The 100-yard dash? Garrett scoffed. You never beat me in a foot race in your life. Colton snapped his fingers. Oh, right, right. It was the long jump. Lawson joined the conversation. I beat both of you in the long jump. Colton and Garrett exchanged a look. No way, they said in unison. Besides, Garrett said, if either of you beat me in anything, it was probably because I was tired from winning the relay race, after I was up all night with the cows. Colton rolled his eyes. Whatever, bro. You just keep telling yourself that. Mom stepped in and put one of her hands on each of them. All right, boys, enough of that. Let's see who can be the most helpful at carrying the food to the table and setting out plates and silverware. Yes, ma'am, the boys said eagerly. In a matter of minutes, the table was set, and the casserole dishes were ready to dish out. There was a time when 1 or 2 dishes was enough, Mom said with a laugh. Now I make 4 and pray it feeds us all. Jensen and his crew aren't here tonight. That lightens the load a bit, Sawyer, the oldest brother, commented. Mom frowned. I know, but I hate when everyone isn't here. And poor Sierra. The baby has cried all day. I made an extra dessert, and I need one of you boys to take it to them after we eat. The sons nodded in agreement as they took their seats. James Macklin, the patriarch of the family, took his place at the head of the table. Let's bow for prayer. Garrett folded his hands on the table and closed his eyes as his brothers did the same. Later that night, after dinner was done and the dishes were washed and put away, Garrett took dessert to Jensen and Sierra's house. Jensen looked frazzled when he opened the door and accepted the dish. He thanked Garrett but didn't invite him in. Garrett chuckled to himself as he walked back to his truck. He was glad his brothers were happy with their wives and kids, but that would never be him. As he made his way back to his own house, he enjoyed the solitude and the thought that he would get a quiet night's sleep before waking up to his faithful livestock. Elise Hart didn't know what quiet was like anymore. As she tried desperately to finish the load of laundry piled up on the couch, she could hear the boys wrestling in the room above her, even though they were supposed to be asleep long before now. Ethan, Noah, she called out. Get in your beds now. No more talking. She paused and listened as the sound continued. Rolling her eyes and dropping the shirt she held in her hands, she moved to the steps. Boys, she tried again. It's time to be quiet. If I hear any more, there will be no TV time tomorrow night. That seemed to get their attention, and she could hear the boys bounding into their separate beds and lowering their voices to a whisper. Elise sighed. Maybe they will go to sleep eventually. She returned to the couch and flipped on the TV before she went back to the pile she not so affectionately called Mount Laundry. She hadn't figured out how it managed to grow so quickly. Once in a while, she felt like she was all caught up, only to be completely overwhelmed with the amount again in a day or two. With 3 neat stacks of clothes piled on the coffee table, one for her and for each of her younger brothers, she collapsed onto the couch. I'll never know how you did it all, Mom, she said to the empty room. Of course, her mom had probably learned it all more gradually. Elise was 12 years older than her brothers. After struggling with secondary infertility after Elise was born, they were thrilled to find out they were expecting again. You could have blown them over with a feather when they found out they were carrying twins. Elise had been beyond excited. As a 12-year-old girl, she was getting 2 real-life baby dolls to play with. She never would have guessed that she would be left to raise them on her own. Their life had been normal. Elise had gone off to college and was just a semester away from graduating when her parents died in a terrible car accident. Elise had literally been picked up off the floor of her dorm room by the resident hall director after she got the call. For a few minutes she was sure she might lay on that floor and never get up. Then she remembered her brothers. Noah and Ethan had been spending the night at a friend's house. Elise didn't think as she grabbed her keys and drove the hour-and-a-half home from the university campus and picked them up. The three had hugged and cried for the entire night. When morning came, Elise didn't know what the future would look like. The only thing she knew was that she had to move home and stay with her brothers. That was 6 months ago. Now they had managed to make it through the funeral and 6 painful months of sorting through the family finances, property, and various business dealings. Her parents had lived a simple life, with her father working at an office downtown and her mother staying home with the boys. They had enough to get by, and Elise had worked hard to make up the difference by earning college scholarships. Now that her parents were gone, Elise wasn't sure how she and the boys would make it. They must have finally fallen asleep because she didn't hear any more pounding or even whispering. Elise's thoughts ran over the schedule for the next day and the next few weeks, until she was overwhelmed and stressed. With a shake of her head, she grabbed the remote and flipped the TV to a familiar sitcom. She hoped it would distract her for a little bit until she drug herself off to bed. Chapter 2. Garrett lifted his cowboy hat and wiped the back of his arm across his forehead. It was only early June, but the Texas heat was here to stay. Just as he was catching his breath from the long morning of working with the cattle, Jensen pulled up beside him. "Hey, Mom wants you to come by the house by 3 o'clock. Garrett furrowed his eyebrows and glanced at his watch. "It's 2:45 right now. We're not done for the day." "I know, but she gave instructions. We can handle it here." "What does she want me to do?" Garrett racked his brain. His mom had been in the fixer-upper mood lately, and it wasn't unusual for her to ask him or one of his brothers to hang a picture, paint a wall, or move a piece of furniture. But none of those things were on a strict timeline. What could she want him to do specifically at 3 o'clock in the afternoon? "She didn't say. Just said you need to be there." Jensen shrugged. Garrett sighed. He didn't mind helping his mom out, but he hated leaving the work to his brothers. Sitting on his horse getting the work done made him feel useful. "Well then, I guess I better get going." He gave his horse a nudge and turned him back toward the barn. He had to hurry through removing the saddle and brushing him down. That wasn't like him. Taking his time and making sure things were done right was his trademark. It's what made him reliable as a ranch hand and as a member of this family. He pushed down the feeling of resentment at being pulled away from his work and having to do a subpar job with his horse. He swung the screen door open at the front of the house and let his boots thump across the floor, echoing through the house. It didn't take long to find his mom. She was in her familiar spot in the kitchen. "Hey," he said, keeping the edge out of his voice. "Jensen said you wanted to see me." "Yes, I sure did. Sorry to ask you to quit early. I know you like being the last one out there." Garrett shrugged as he stuffed his hands in his pockets. "It's not about being last. It's about making sure the work is done." Mom chuckled. "You know as well as I do that on a ranch, the work is never done." Garrett softened at his mom's smile, and he let the corners of his mouth lift slightly. "I know. Anyway, what do you need me to do?" "Oh yes." Mom held up a finger before wiping her hands on her apron. She moved to the oven where she put on her oven mitts and opened the door. Lifting out an aluminum pan wrapped in foil, she set it on the counter. "This is a casserole." Garrett pushed his cowboy hat back on his head and raised his eyebrows. "Uh-huh," he said, a hint of confusion in his voice. When she didn't say anything else, he said, "And?" "And it's for Elise and the boys. I need you to take it over there for me." Garrett sighed as he sank onto a stool and put his forehead in his hands. "Mom? Really?" "What?" Mom asked, feigning innocence. "You were the one who told me we should take them some food." "Well, sure. I said that 6 months ago when they were still figuring things out, and I didn't mean I needed to be the one to take it. I did take them food 6 months ago, and 4 months ago, and a couple of times since. There's no time limit on grief, and she is still figuring things out. Trust me, I was still figuring things out when all of you were graduating from high school. She paused and put her hands on her hips. In fact, with half of you boys, I'm still figuring things out. Garrett chuckled. I guess that's true. Mom made her way around and put her hand on his shoulders, able to look him in the eye as he sat on the stool. It's always the right time to help out a neighbor. I wish there was more we could do for them, but I can always send a meal. Garrett nodded before he stood and gave his mom a quick hug. You're the best, Mom. I'll take it over now. Mom smiled. That's my boy. Her words stuck with him as he gathered the casserole dish and headed outside. Carefully setting the dish on the floorboard of his truck, he wondered how many times his mom had made food for people. There had been a couple of times he'd been sent to deliver the meal, but usually Mom liked to take it herself. She must be busy with the house to not make the trip. At least, he tried to convince himself that was the reason. Driving off the ranch, he glanced to the right as he headed toward town. The view of the land never grew old. The ranch had been in his family since his grandfather was a child, and Garrett was committed to keeping it that way. The 800 acres would continue to be filled with Macklins for generations. His brothers could handle the descendants part. Garrett would worry about the land and the animals. His thoughts drifted to work even as he drove away from it. His mind was never far from the ranch. Before long, the small town of Shelby Springs came into view, and he drove down the street, past the shops, and the one diner. He glanced at the church steeple of the building he had been in just about every Sunday since he was born, before turning down the street toward Elise's neighborhood. He easily found the house that he had been to multiple times as a teenager. The two had attended high school together, and Garrett considered Elise a good friend. They even went to senior prom together. Garrett grimaced as he remembered the end of the night when they spoke on the porch. No, he wouldn't think about that now. It was too painful to remember the look on her face. Parking his truck in the driveway, he jumped out and hurried to the other side to retrieve the casserole. The quicker he was in and out of here, the better. At the front stoop, he balanced the dish on one hand as he rang the doorbell. He stepped back and waited. And waited. After what felt longer than 8 seconds on a bull, he leaned close to the door, listening. The sound of voices was faint but evident. They must be upstairs. Trying again, he reached for the doorbell. Again, he waited with no response. Garrett cleared his throat. In high school, it would have been nothing for him to open the door and walk right in. Mr. and Mrs. Hart had been friends of his parents before he was even born, and they had been to each other's houses numerous times. Admittedly, the Harts had been to the Macklins more often, but it was easier than taking 7 boys over to their house. Rapping on the door with his knuckles, Garrett slowly opened the door. Hello. His deep voice reverberated throughout the house. The noise he'd heard upstairs suddenly stopped. It's Garrett. He paused. Macklin. He added just in case she didn't remember who he was. Not that they didn't see each other in church every Sunday and often throughout the week in town. Still, they weren't close anymore, and maybe she knew another Garrett. Steps sounded from the top of the stairs, and the boys' voices started up again. Elise appeared as Garrett eased into the foyer. She brushed a few strands of her long, dark hair out of her face and smoothed the rest of the ponytail. Hey, she said cautiously. I'm sorry. Did you ring the bell? Yeah. Garrett nodded as he stood awkwardly in front of the door holding the dish. Sorry, it's broken. Ethan and Noah rang it over and over again, playing that silly ring and run game until it just quit. Garrett had to chuckle at that, breaking the tension for a moment. That sounds like something my brothers and I would have done as kids. Elise smiled but didn't move toward him. Yeah, it does. A few beats of silence passed between them as the boys came running down the stairs and out the back door into the yard. Garrett stared at the dish. My mom sent this over. I'm not sure what it is, but it smells good. Oh, tell her thank you for me, Elise said. Here, I'll take it. She took a step toward him and reached out her hands. Garrett pulled back. I can take it to the kitchen for you. She bit her lip, and her eyes cut to the other side of the room. She looked ready to tell him no, but sighed and changed her mind. Sure. She gestured to the back of the house. Garrett followed, and, with her back to him, he was able to look around the room. Laundry was stacked high on the couch in the living room, and toys were strewn across the floor. That didn't seem unusual for a house with young kids. What caught his eye was the pile of papers on the counter when he turned the corner into the kitchen. A quick glance told him more than one of them had a red stamp with past due or final notice. His heart thudded in his chest. Elise pushed a stack of dishes aside on the counter to make room and pointed to it. You can just put it there. Garrett set the casserole on the counter and stepped back. He shoved his hands in his pockets, trying to think of something to say. So, how are you guys doing? Elise held her hands out, indicating the room. About as well as it looks. I'm sorry it's such a mess. I wasn't expecting anyone today. She ran her hand over her ponytail again in a move that Garrett recognized. She always did that when she was nervous. He hated that she felt nervous around him. They had been such good friends once. You don't have to clean up for me, he said. I've got 6 brothers, remember? Yeah, but I bet your mom's kitchen never looks like this. Maybe not now, since we're grown, but I bet it did when we were kids. There were plenty of days where she didn't know which way was up. Elise crossed her arms over her chest as she leaned a hip against the counter. That would be me every day. Garrett wanted to comfort her in some way, but he didn't have the words. He wanted to tell her what she was doing was hard, and she wasn't meant to take that on at her age. Instead, he shrugged. I'm sure you'll figure it out. My mom says she's still figuring it out. Elise cracked a smile. Well, that does make me feel a little bit better. It should. He stopped and looked around the kitchen. He had planned to be in and out as quickly as possible, but now that he was here, he felt compelled to stay. Is there anything I can do for you? Elise looked like she'd been startled as she quickly straightened up and held her hands up. Oh no, no. The dinner is very helpful. Please tell your mom thanks. We'll be all right. Garrett let himself really look at her then. Her eyes seemed more tired than he remembered. She wasn't supposed to look that tired in her 20s. He couldn't imagine the burden of raising 2 young kids right now. He was sure there was something else he could do to help, but he didn't know what it might be. Well, if you think of something you need, let us know. Any of the Macklins would be happy to help. Elise nodded. Sure, I'll do that. Thanks again for the food. We will certainly enjoy it. Garrett smiled. I know you will. Everyone knows Mom is the best cook in town. Yes, it's true. My mom has a couple of her recipes, but not the really good secret ones. None of us boys know those either. The wives do now, though, so they can carry on the tradition. Elise dropped her eyes to the floor at that, and Garrett knew he'd said the wrong words. He cleared his throat. Well then, I'll be going now. I can let myself out. See y'all later. As much as he wanted to help, after seeing the look on her face, his feet carried him swiftly out the front door and to his truck. Before he started the ignition, he sighed. God, he whispered. I'm sorry I hurt her back then. I don't want to see her so sad, though. And I know she needs help. Show me and my family how we can help her, even if she doesn't want it. Chapter Mundram. Elise fell into a chair in the kitchen and dropped her face into her hands. Of all people, how could Garrett Macklin be the one to walk into her house and see things like this? Thankfully, the boys had run out of the room. That way, Garrett didn't see the chocolate down the front of their shirts from the ice cream they'd snuck from the freezer. She hadn't exactly told them not to eat it, but that was only because she was trying to keep it hidden for herself. She needed something to look forward to when she was ready to crash tonight. Ugh! The groan escaped her lips and echoed through the kitchen. How could I let him see how bad I'm failing at this? She asked herself. Of course she hadn't known he was coming by. Lydia hadn't even told her she was sending food. Thank goodness she did, because Elise had forgotten to plan dinner. Again. She reached across the table for her notebook and pen. Sliding it to herself, she saw the note at the top. What's for dinner? With a flourish, she placed a big check mark next to it. Then she wrote, Thank you, Lord, for Lydia Macklin. Dropping the pen, she let the old familiar thoughts resurface. How many times as a teenager had she thought that one day she would be part of the Macklin family? Garrett's words about the wives painfully echoed through her heart. She wanted those secret recipes because she had wanted to be one of those wives. But Garrett had made it clear after many years of friendship that there would be nothing more between them. He didn't want a wife. Somehow she had thought he might change his mind one day, but now she could see that he wouldn't. Even if he did now, she wouldn't be the one he was looking for, especially not after he saw the disaster she was living in. Standing up, she moved to the living room and stared. Last night she had fallen asleep with the TV on and the piles of laundry surrounding her. This morning, the boys had woken up and climbed all over the couch, knocking over her stacks and ruining her folding job. Oh well. The boys didn't care if they were folded anyway. She scooped up a pile of clothes belonging to both boys and carried it up the stairs to their room, calling them in from outside on her way. Put these away as fast as you can. I'll time you, she said as soon as they came into the room. That seemed to be the one trick to get them to work. As they jumped to it and started throwing clothes into drawers, she made her way back downstairs and scooped up another pile of clothes and delivered it to their room. At least they wouldn't spend another night on the couch. Elise made her way to the kitchen and searched the pantry for paper plates. After the day she'd had with the boys, she couldn't create any more dirty dishes. There was enough piling up in the sink as it was. She decided then that she would call the boys for dinner, and later tonight, she would get caught up in the kitchen. No one needed to see the house looking like that again, even though she was sure Garrett Macklin wouldn't darken the door in the future. Garrett couldn't stop thinking about returning to Elise's house. All the next day he was busy with tasks on the ranch, but his mind was busy thinking about Elise. What was her life like? Did the boys run her ragged, and she didn't have time to think? Or was the house too overwhelming for a young woman who had never run a house before? And what about those bills on the counter? Was Elise even working right now? That evening he wanted to drive over and sit down and ask her all those questions. Sure, it had been a long time since they had been close, but his family cared about her family. And if he could just find out what she needed, he could pass along the information. Surely his mom and sisters-in-law could help her get going on the right foot. And if it was financial help she needed, maybe the church would want to be involved. But as much as he wanted to go, the evening got away from him. After dinner, he stepped out on the porch ready to head to his truck. Hey, Garrett, his oldest brother Sawyer called out. Can you help me with something? Sure, what is it? We've got a few repairs that need to be done in the barn. It's been on my list, but it's just too hot in the day right now to be up on the roof. It seems like every night we've got something going on with the kids, or Katie needs me for something. But tonight, I'm finally free. He reached over and playfully punched Garrett's arms. And I know you've got nothing better to do. Garrett faked a smile. Sure thing. He couldn't say no to an obligation on the ranch. There was work to be done, and if now was the time to do it, then he would do it. That night when he crawled into bed, after repairing a hole in the barn roof, fixing a door, changing out a few light bulbs, and moving a load of hay to the barn, his thoughts still centered on Elise. Tomorrow he would make an excuse to go into town, and then he would find out what needed to be done. Chapter 9. Elise watched from the window as the boys ran around in the backyard squirting each other with water guns. She took several deep breaths in and out, relieved at the relative quiet with them being outdoors. The morning had taken every ounce of energy she had. She had made a list and told the boys they were cleaning up the house before they did anything else. It had been as exhausting as she expected. The boys weren't much help, but she kept pushing and prodding them along each step of the way. It was just before noon, and the bathrooms were cleaned, floors were vacuumed, and all dishes and laundry were put away. Elise chided herself for not paying more attention to how Mom had always handled everything about the house. Once they were done, the boys were begging to go to the pool like they usually did in the summer. But Elise had canceled the community center membership to help cut back on the budget. The boys couldn't understand that. Her phone rang across the room on the kitchen counter, interrupting her momentary break. Making her way over, she picked it up and glanced at the number she didn't recognize. "Hello?" she answered. "Hi, I'm looking for Elise Hart." "This is she." Elise rolled her eyes, preparing herself to hear a telemarketer pitch. "This is Susan Blockton. I'm with the Department of Family and Protective Services." Elise furrowed her eyebrows as her heart rate began to kick up a notch. "Yes," she said. "It's my understanding you're currently caring for your two minor brothers." "That's right. I have been since my parents died." "Oh yes, I'm very sorry for your loss. Do you mind if I ask you a few questions?" Elise did mind, and her mind ran circles around where this could be going. "Okay," she said timidly. "I see that you were awarded temporary custody of the boys and have petitioned for permanent custody. How old are you, Miss Hart?" "I'm 22. "And are you currently employed?" Elise didn't want to answer the question. Who did this woman think she was to ask these intrusive questions? Still, she didn't want to cause any problems. "No, not right now. The twins are out of school for the summer, and I'm taking some time off until they go back to school." "I see." Elise could hear the sound of the woman typing something. "And what is your housing arrangement?" Now Elise wanted to hang up the phone and run out into the yard with her brothers. "We live in the house we grew up in." "And your parents left the house to you?" Elise leaned over the counter and rubbed her eyes with her finger and thumb. "Well, not exactly. They didn't have a will." "All right," the woman said. "Do you mind if I ask what these questions are about? I'm taking care of things here. The boys are fed and clothed and safe." "Yes. I'm sure you're doing the very best you can. In situations like this, if there doesn't seem to be any issues, and a family member is willing to take them in, it's pretty simple. But in this case, another relative has come forward requesting custody of the boys." "Another relative? Who?" "My grandparents are all dead. We don't have anyone else." "It's an aunt. She and her husband live in Georgia." "Aunt Casey? We barely ever see her. She's my dad's sister, but I've only met her a couple of times. They weren't close." "Yes, well, she has petitioned for custody, and we have to look into that as an option." "So are you saying she could take my brothers from me?" Elise felt as if her heart would pound out of her chest as the room slowly closed in on her. "I'm not saying that. When a situation like this happens, we take lots of things into consideration. We just want to do what's best for the children. To do that, we need to gather some information." Elise put her hand to her throat and begged her heart to slow to a normal rhythm. "So what would make you decide it's better for them to go live with her?" The woman sighed loudly. "We look at living situations, employment, financial stability, those kinds of things." Elise swallowed to push down her emotions. Thoughts swirled of one too many bills that were arriving every day, along with the fact that she didn't have a job or any real prospects with an unfinished college degree. "Yes, ma'am. I won't take up any more of your time today. We'll be in touch again soon because we'll need to come by and see the housing." "All right, thank you." Elise said goodbye before hanging up and sat wondering why in the world she had thanked the woman who might be trying to ruin her life. She folded her arms on the table and laid her head down, trying to keep the tears at bay. God, she whispered, I already lost my parents. Please don't let me lose my brothers too. If they saw our house yesterday or looked at the bank account, they really might take them. Somehow, God, make a way. Any way at all. Chapter 5. Garrett could hardly believe he was walking up the driveway to Elise's house again, even though he'd thought about it for 2 days now. When Sawyer said he needed someone to make a run to the feed and seed, Garrett volunteered a little faster than he should have. You have a hot date at the store or something? Colton teased. No, just happy to help out. It wasn't untrue. He was committed to the ranch and his family and always happy to do something that would be helpful. But he had other motives too. His heart beat at a rhythm he hadn't known before as he knocked on the door, remembering that the doorbell was broken. How many other things in the house needed to be tended to? It wasn't long before the door opened and Elise appeared. When she saw him, her mouth fell slightly open. She snapped it closed, and he thought he saw her wipe at her eyes in a fast motion. Hey, she said. Come on in. When she stepped back to allow him inside, the house looked like a different place than it had the last time he was there. There were still a few toys on the floor, but no laundry, and the carpet looked freshly vacuumed. The scent of cleaner hung in the air, too. He hoped she hadn't cleaned because she was embarrassed the other day, but he felt a little better about her situation. Can I get you something to drink? We have lemonade and sweet tea. Garrett started to decline, but he thought it might help to have something to do with his hands while he asked her his questions. Sure, lemonade sounds great. She nodded and turned. He followed her into the kitchen where she indicated he could sit at the table. Again, he took in the room that looked totally different than 2 days ago. The sink was clean, and the counters were free of dishes and clutter. Elise filled a glass with ice and lemonade and handed it to him before she sat down opposite him at the table. So, what brings you here again so soon? Garrett didn't want to beat around the bush. Well, I'll be honest. I've been thinking about you and the boys since I left the other day. I know it must be hard on you, and I wanted to see what I can do to help. He expected her to decline like she had before. Instead, she pressed her lips together, and he saw tears welling up in her eyes. She looked like she desperately wanted to speak, but couldn't get the words out. He scooted his chair closer to hers. Elise, we've been friends a long time. My parents knew your parents before either of us were even born. I'm so sorry that we haven't done more before now. I know you could use some help, and I'm here to tell you we will do anything you need. You just have to tell me what it is. Elise blinked rapidly and cleared her throat enough to speak. I guess you could tell from the house the other day that I don't have a grip on things. I wouldn't say that. Trust me, our house was crazy when we were kids. Piles of laundry don't scare me. And I'm guessing you also saw the pile of bills on the counter? Garrett lowered his gaze to the table. I wasn't trying to snoop. They were just there. I know, it's not your fault. How bad is it? He looked her in the eye. Worse than I wanted to admit to myself. I guess when they died, I came home, and we were just surviving for a while. The church brought meals and came by to check on us. But I don't know how to run a house or take care of the finances. My parents did all that. There is some money in my parents' bank account, but I couldn't even remember to brush my teeth some days, let alone pay a mortgage I didn't know anything about. Did they have life insurance? Elise squeezed her eyes closed. Only enough for the funeral, so we've been living off of what they gave me in my account and trying to figure out all of the details since they didn't have a will. What would it take to get you caught up? Garrett asked. Elise held her hands up in the air. I don't know. I guess I need someone who understands these things to sit down and go through it with me. I'm sure we could figure that out. She sniffed and brushed at her eyes. But there's more. And now all the months of falling behind are going to come back and ruin everything for me. What do you mean? Garrett's stomach twisted at the idea that things could get worse. My aunt in Georgia is trying to get the boys. Your aunt? Yeah, my dad's sister. They were close growing up but drifted apart since she moved. We saw her every couple of years, but it's been a long time. I can't imagine why she would want to take them now, except that maybe she feels guilty for not staying in touch. And they've never had kids of their own. Garrett swallowed. So you think they would let her take them? Elise shrugged. All I know is a social worker called and started asking me all kinds of questions about our living situation and our finances, and if I have a job. I'm guessing if she can prove she could take care of them better than me, they might send them there. No, I can't believe that. Being with you is the best thing for them. Elise shook her head. But if they saw the house like you did, and if they saw the unpaid bills. She paused. I just don't know. They even asked me if I have a job. Which I guess I should have gotten one by now, but how am I supposed to go to work when the kids are home for the summer? Garrett rubbed his chin and shook his head. I don't know. An idea came to him, and before he could even fully consider it, he blurted out, I could keep the boys. What? Elise's eyes flew open wide. Yeah, I mean, they could come spend the summer at the ranch. The other kids hang around, and it would probably be fine. Or we could find you work to do at the ranch, and you could all be there. Elise bit her lip. Thanks, Garrett. That's a great offer. If we just needed the money, that would be the perfect answer. I'm afraid it might take more than that. What do you mean? Elise took a deep breath and blew it out. My aunt is a married adult with a steady income and a house that belongs to them. The only way I can think of to make sure I look as steady and sure as that is. Garrett watched her face as her voice trailed off. What? If I get married? Garrett leaned back and almost fell out of his chair. Married? He heard himself say in a voice that echoed against the ceiling. Elise propped her elbows on the table and hid her face in her hands. I know. It sounds ridiculous. And I don't have any prospects. But I started praying as soon as I got off the phone with the social worker. I begged God to give me a way. Anyway. I thought maybe I would get a peace come over me that everything would be okay, and that no one is going to take the boys from me. Instead, I felt a growing panic that it was a possibility. I thought, what if I could get a job and catch up on the bills? But then there's still the issue with the house. Anybody who can look at the list of payments and figure out what kind of job I could get would know that I can't afford it. If we continue like this, we will likely have to sell the house. Or worse, lose it altogether. No, surely not. Garrett wanted to be encouraging. Garrett, I've been thinking about this for a couple of hours now. I haven't even finished my degree, so unless I go back to school, which isn't possible with the boys, my prospects aren't good. And my parents refinanced the house a few years ago. There are years of mortgage payments before it's paid off. The best I could hope for is a really good job that doesn't require a degree, and the boys and I move into an apartment or small rental house in town. But seriously, getting married? Elise shrugged. If I could find someone to agree to it, if we could combine our incomes, just for the paperwork to show to the social worker, and I could prove that we have a place to live, and the boys could stay in their school and keep the stability of their friends and where we grew up, then I think I could have a solid case. You're really worried they could take them then? Garrett set his elbows on the table and leaned toward her. She nodded. I'm sure at this moment it looks like it would be better for them to go to someone besides me. I have to make sure that doesn't happen. Garrett cleared his throat. You said, have a place to live. So you mean you would live with this guy? Like you would really be married? Elise's cheeks flushed bright pink. Well, I think we would have to live in the house together. But it wouldn't exactly be a real marriage. You know, not like... Garrett held up a hand. She didn't need to explain. I understand. I know it would be a lot to ask of someone, but we wouldn't need a big place. I could share a room with the boys as long as we can stay together. So, who would you ask for this huge favor? Elise dropped her eyes, but only for a moment. She wasn't usually this bold, and Garrett knew she must be really serious and very afraid of what might happen if she didn't go through with this plan. I don't know that. But I really mean it when I say I've been thinking for a few hours. I've been praying too, begging for God to make a way. When I heard a knock at the door, I just knew the answer to my prayer had arrived. Garrett's skin tingled from his head to his toes, and his heart threatened to crash out of his chest. He opened his mouth, but nothing came out. Elise folded her hands together and leaned forward. Garrett, we've known each other a long time, and I know exactly how you feel about marriage. I would never ask you for anything if I didn't have to. But if I need to find someone to marry, then it might as well be someone who isn't waiting around to marry someone else. Garrett blinked rapidly and put his fist to his mouth as he coughed a few times. Elise, Elise held up her hand. Listen, I mean it when I say it would be a marriage on paper. I know you want to live your life working the ranch, and you absolutely can. I won't ask you to take care of us or be there like a husband would. We can live our own lives side by side long enough for me to prove I can take care of the boys. Then we'll see what happens. So, you're saying you would want to get a divorce? Garrett's stomach twisted in horror. Somehow the idea of being divorced was worse than the thought of getting married. Elise sighed and shook her head. I'm not saying that. Maybe we just find a way to coexist in the world where we're married, but not really. I don't know. I haven't figured all of that out. All I know is, this is what I need right now. And God sent you here, when I asked for help. Garrett took several deep breaths, mulling the idea over in his mind. His palms were sweaty when he placed them on the table, looked her in the eyes, and said, Then how can I say no? Chapter 6. Garrett sat in the passenger's seat of his brother Hawk's truck as they drove along a bumpy dirt road on the way to an auction. His insides felt jumbled up, but it wasn't because of the road. What's eating you? Hawk finally asked. You've been quiet all day. Garrett wasn't sure he was ready to spill his secret yet. I'm not exactly the family chatterbox. True. Hawk reached up and tipped his cowboy hat back. But you're not usually this quiet either. I know something's going on. We've got another hour before we get to the auction, so why don't you save me the trouble of dragging it out of you? Garrett sighed. It's about Elise. Elise? Hawk couldn't have sounded more surprised. I didn't expect you to say it was about a girl at all. But Elise? I mean, I used to think something would happen between you two, but that was a long time ago. I know, but things are really bad for her right now. Hawk grimaced. I know. I can't imagine what it's been like for her, losing her parents unexpectedly like that. It's been rough. She's trying to take care of the house and her two brothers, and the house and the finances are overwhelming. Sheesh, it sounds like a lot. Hawk shook his head. Mom had me take over a casserole the other day and we got to talking. She's in a bad spot, and it's actually possible the boys could be taken away and sent to live with another relative. No way. They would do that? Hawk slammed his hand against the steering wheel. Talk about kicking somebody when they're down. Right? It's terrible. So what are you going to do about it? Garrett sat silently for several moments. He hoped he looked deep in thought, but he was trying to figure out how to say the words. Well, I think maybe I should bring her and the boys to the ranch, and, marry her. The truck screeched to a halt as Hawk slammed on the brakes. He threw the truck in park and turned and stared at his brother. What did you just say? Garrett shrugged and looked out the passenger side window to avoid eye contact. I said I think maybe I should just marry her. Now Hawk punched him in the arm. Are you serious? Mr. Bachelor for life? Never going to get married and be tied down like the rest of us? You're just going to go off and marry someone just like that? No, it's not that simple. I've been thinking about it for several days now. She doesn't have a job. She thinks they will have to sell her parents' house or lose it, and she needs to show she has a steady life for the boys. I know I said I was never going to get married, but so what? People change. Garrett knew he hadn't actually changed, but he didn't want to admit that it wouldn't be a real marriage. So you love her then? Hawk asked. Sure. Garrett lifted one shoulder nonchalantly. I've known her as long as I've known all of you, and we've been close for years. Hawk raised his eyebrows and cocked his head to the side. Yeah, except that you haven't spoken more than 2 words since you graduated from high school. Let's just say we had some differences, but that doesn't mean I stopped caring about her. I just hadn't figured things out yet. So, now you're going to propose? Something like that. Hawk laughed and reached to put the truck back in drive. Well, that beats all I've ever heard. But I like Elise. We all do. So if you've changed your mind and you're ready to settle down, it's all right with me. Thanks for your permission, Garrett said wryly. Man, you don't need anybody's permission but God's. So if you're good with it, and she's good with it, and you have a clear conscience before God, then go for it. Even if you're going to get a few strange looks. You're right. People are going to think it's crazy, and it probably is. But I think it's right. Then don't worry about anybody else. Chapters Yeram. Elise sat staring at her phone. The boys had been asleep for a while now, and Elise was alone with her thoughts. Now Garrett had texted her. She hadn't heard much from him since he left the house the other day. Only a text to tell her he had to go out of town for a couple of days, and they could talk when he got back. Now she stared at the words on the screen. I think we should move forward. Let's start thinking about a plan. She had read the words over and over and still couldn't process them. He was really willing to marry her, and he wanted to make a plan. What did that mean? A plan for a wedding? Would they even have a wedding? There wasn't any money or time for that. But she would need to pack, to move, and get the house ready to sell. She put her hand to her forehead. Her brain hurt just thinking about all the details. All she could think to reply was, okay. You don't know how much this means to me. I'll be thinking about it too, and we can talk when you get home. Home. That word was about to take on a new meaning. They would need to move things along quickly. Before she knew it, when she said home, she would mean Garrett's house. With him. A shiver ran down her spine as she thought about it. How many times had she pictured that as a teenager? Her friends would whisper behind their hands, "There goes your future husband." Elise would blush and shake her head. "We're just friends," she would say. But she always hoped one day he would change his mind and see her as something different. Now he really would be her husband, but not in the way she'd ever dreamed of. Elise groaned as she stood up. This can't be real. I'm not really doing this. Am I? There was no one to ask but herself. She hadn't told anyone about her plan yet. No, she said. I won't think about how crazy it is. If I do, I'll talk myself out of it. And this is the best thing I can do right now. Besides, she'd always wanted to be a Macklin. Why would she run from that, even if it wasn't what she'd expected? Her phone buzzed, and she looked at the screen to see another text from Garrett. Could I call you now? Was he that eager to put things in motion? Or was he also trying to keep himself from backing out of it? Sure. She took 2 deep breaths and sat down on the couch before her phone rang. She would have to get used to him calling and texting her. Hey, she answered, hoping she sounded calmer than she felt. Hey, how's it going? He asked. Fine, she said, a little too quickly. She cleared her throat and told herself to speak at a normal pace. How are things with you? Fine. Hawk and I are in Abilene for an auction, but we'll be home the day after tomorrow. Unless it's a wasted trip, and we don't actually buy anything. Then we'll head home tomorrow. Does that happen a lot? Garrett sighed. Sometimes. It's a risk we take, but sometimes we come home empty-handed. Elise mumbled. That must be hard. It's just part of it. Yeah. There are a lot of things about ranch life that are unpredictable. You'll learn to roll with it. Elise bit her lip. I hope so. The line went silent for a few moments. Finally, Garrett spoke again. Do you want to talk about a plan? Elise's pulse kicked into high gear. I guess we should. I've been thinking about it. And if we don't want it to seem too sudden, maybe we should go on a few dates and let people think we've rekindled a relationship. Okay, that makes sense. I can tell the social worker that I have a serious boyfriend and we're planning to get engaged soon. My thoughts exactly. So we can date for a couple of weeks, then get engaged. It will seem fast, but we'll just tell everyone we've known each other long enough to know this is what we want. Then we'll tell my family we don't want a big wedding, and we'll go to the courthouse. They won't think that's strange. It's still going to be so fast. I know, but I think it's better than just showing up at the house saying we got married, and it will be more believable to the social worker this way. She'll just think we've been dating for a while and decided to go ahead and get married. Elise swallowed to push down the lump forming in her throat. How was it they were casually talking about going on a few dates and then getting married? What were people going to think? Not that it mattered. This was what she needed to do. That sounds like a plan, was all she could think to say. So, what about your house? I've been thinking about that. It wasn't built for a lot of people. It's really the master bedroom, which is a pretty good size. Then the living room and kitchen were built for a bachelor, and a second bedroom that holds my hobby stuff. You have time for a hobby? Elise teased. Just hunting and fishing. I know, I haven't forgotten. There wasn't a weekend when we were in high school that you weren't doing one or the other. It's true that I don't have as much time for it as I used to, especially with half my brothers being married and having kids. I'm needed more on the ranch. Elise was reminded again that this was never Garrett's plan for life. We won't keep you from your hobbies. I'm not worried about that. I was thinking I would move into the second bedroom and give you and the boys the master. What kind of beds do they have? 2 twin beds, but they are designed to be able to stack as a bunk bed. Perfect. A bunk and a queen bed would fit in there. It might be a little cramped, but it could work for now. I was thinking we could add on the house, maybe in the fall. Oh, you don't have to do that. I don't mind staying with the boys. And really, I hate for you to give up your room. We could stay in the second room. I think we have a small daybed in the attic. That's meant for a little girl. I'm not letting you do that, and I won't plan for you to stay in that room forever. You need your own space. Elise's heart fluttered at the word. Forever. Garrett wasn't going into this thinking it was a short-term thing. He was planning for forever. Her teenage girl heart wanted to jump at the thought. But her adult self told her he also was planning to build her a room. He was committing to forever, but not to a romance between them. She had to stay practical. That's what all of this was about. She wouldn't allow herself to let her feelings in, even if those feelings had been there before. Thanks, Garrett. I can tell you've really thought about this, and it means a lot to me. Elise heard him clear his throat. I just want to make sure we're covering the bases. I won't keep you. I'll call when I get home, and we'll plan our first date. Elise wished she could be excited about that, but making a plan for a date didn't sound as fun as him asking her out to dinner. Okay, she said. Good night, Garrett. Good night, Elise. She hung up the phone but didn't move from the couch. All she could think was that Garrett Macklin was a good man, the best man she'd ever known. And somehow, she needed to convince herself to stop thinking about him. Chapter 8. Garrett couldn't stop thinking about Elise. Was she really as cool as she sounded with the idea of their marriage arrangement? It was hard for him to swallow that after taking her to dinner a few times, they would become man and wife. Well, not in every way. They had made it clear they wouldn't share a bedroom. The question that plagued him night and day was the same. Was this the right thing to do? Even now, as he stepped out of the shower after a day of work on the ranch, he prayed out loud. God, this is such a strange situation. It's not like Elise is a stranger. I've known her my whole life. I know she's a woman of good character and that she follows you. He sighed. But it's certainly not how I expected to be getting married. Not that I ever planned to get married, but I know she needs it. I can help her. I can give her a place to live and help with the boys. She won't have to worry about finances, really, but she can get a job when she doesn't have to worry about the boys. But mostly, I couldn't stand the look of fear I saw on her face when she thought she might lose them. As long as it's okay with you for us to get married, I will do anything to keep that from happening. I've seen with my own adopted brothers how hard it is for a kid to lose their family. Those boys don't need to know that. So God, I guess I'm asking, is it okay? Will you bless this plan we have to get married, even if it's a legal arrangement to help her out? Garrett heard no audible voice answer, but he was sure in his soul this was the right thing to do. God, I don't know what you have planned beyond saying yes to this, but she asked, and I said yes. I'll keep my commitment to her and to you. I just pray that this works, and that she can keep the boys. After that, we'll figure it out. With that settled in his mind, it was time to move forward. He dressed in a clean shirt and jeans. He'd even sprayed on a cologne that he never wore. He'd practiced what he would say over and over in his mind for several days. Now, as he headed to his parents' house, he prepared himself for what their reaction might be. He would have preferred to sneak off for dinner without telling them, but the whole point was for people to see them going out. He knocked his boots off before entering the house, then braced himself as he moved into the room where his brothers were waiting. "Wowee," Jensen said when Garrett entered. "What are you all dolled up for?" Garrett felt the heat in his cheeks and tugged on his cowboy hat. "Yeah, bro," Lawson agreed. "You even smell pretty. Not like the wet horse smell you normally have." Mom turned from where she stood at the counter and raised her eyebrows at him. Garrett looked from her to his father, who sat at the table. "Well, son," Dad said. "Are you going somewhere?" Garrett glanced around the room and saw all eyes on him as the voices went silent. "As a matter of fact, I am. I'll be taking Elise Hart to dinner tonight." Mom's gasp was the loudest. "Really? Elise?" "Whoa, bro," Lawson said. "How long has this been going on?" Sawyer asked. The brothers pelted him with questions. Garrett held his hands up. "We've been talking lately and decided we would like to take things to the next level." "Oh, I just knew I needed to send you over with that casserole," Mom said, moving to Garrett's side and hugging him tight. Garrett's stomach turned, knowing his mom was so happy. Would she be happy if she knew the real reason? Sure, she would be glad he wanted to help, but he wasn't sure she would approve of the finality of the decision and faking a marriage. "Thanks, Mom. I better get going." He would have gladly stayed for dinner instead. That would be familiar and normal. But there was nothing normal about what he was doing now. A short while later, he pulled into Elise's driveway, a trip that was becoming more and more familiar. Before he could knock on the door, Elise opened it and stepped out. "Oh, hey," Garrett said, swiping his cowboy hat off his head and holding it in front of his chest like a shy schoolboy. "I was coming to the door." His dad would have his hide if he thought he had expected a girl to come out and meet him. "It's okay." Elise held up a hand. "The boys are watching a show, and the neighbor is here to sit with them. I thought it would be best if I snuck out." Garrett nodded. He guessed that made sense. But what did he know? He'd never been responsible for kids before. He turned and hurried to open the passenger door to his truck. "Thanks," Elise said. raising her eyebrows as if she was surprised by the gesture. Garrett hadn't been on a date in years, but he had always opened the door for his female friends. He wouldn't stop just because they had already agreed to get married. Of course, he said before shutting the door and walking around to his side. Did you have a plan for where you want to go? Elise asked. I know it's not fancy, but since the point is to be seen together, I was thinking about the diner. That sounds great. I actually haven't been to the diner in ages. I cook most of our meals at home. It will be a treat to not have to cook. Besides, I've been dying for their cheeseburger and fries. Garrett chuckled. You'll be an easy date if that's all you want. She shrugged. I try not to be complicated. Garrett's heart squeezed. She had been taking care of things on her own and not asking anyone for help for a long time. He would have to be sure she was taken care of tonight. Well, just because you're you, I'll throw in a piece of pie. Chocolate? She asked. Absolutely. She turned to look out the window, and Garrett heard her let out a big sigh. You okay? He asked. She nodded but didn't answer. Garrett drummed his fingers on the steering wheel, trying to think of what to say. The silence between them lingered a little longer. When she turned, he thought he saw tears in her eyes. Thank you for doing this. I keep waking up, and I just can't believe I asked. I know it's not just a favor. It's a big deal. A big life decision. You don't have to be sorry you asked. Thanks. I'm just a little emotional. I haven't left the boys like this since... Her voice drifted off, and Garrett knew exactly what she wasn't saying. Since your parents. She nodded. Garrett felt compelled to reach out and take her hand. His fingers tingled at the idea. Instead, he balled his hand up into a fist. I'm sorry. I think it will be good for you to get out and have a break. The boys are safe at home. Just let me handle everything else tonight. Elise blinked several times before she quickly said, I'll try to do that. They were already pulling up to the diner, so Garrett flashed her a quick smile before he put the car in park and cut the engine. She was out the door before he could make it to her side, but he held the diner door open for her. He tried to ignore the look of surprise on the hostess's face as she greeted them. He hoped it was a happy surprise. Garrett tried to act natural as he put his hand to the small of her back while they walked to a table. His heart beat at double time, and the touch sent a new sensation up his arm. When they reached the booth in the back corner, a spot known to be kept open for newer couples, Garrett slid into the seat across from Elise. Just as Garrett opened his mouth to speak, Elise leaned forward with a terrified expression on her face. We can't talk about any of the details for the plan, she desperately whispered. Someone might hear us. Garrett glanced around and saw the few people in the diner. Most were engrossed in their own conversations, and far enough away that they weren't likely to hear anything specific. But Garrett knew she was right. He lifted the corners of his mouth into a gentle smile. I know. It's okay, Elise. We have plenty of other things to talk about. She furrowed her eyebrows. We do? Sure. We have a lot of catching up to do, and I'm sure we can talk about enough history between us and our families to keep the conversation going. Elise sat back in her seat and tensely nodded as she reached for the menu. Garrett leaned back and carefully studied the menu, even though he already knew what he was going to order. The diner was the only place in town to get a meal, and even though he mostly ate at home, he knew what he liked between the few options available. When the waitress came and took their orders, she was just a little too bubbly as she looked back and forth between the two of them. Garrett tried to ignore it, but also felt relieved that she noticed. That was the goal of this date. At least one of them. When the waitress took their menus and left, Garrett cleared his throat before he began. So catch me up. I know it's been a lot the last few months, but tell me about before that. I know you went off to school, but that's about it. Elise tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and folded her hands on the table. That's right. I was at college for 3.5 years. What did you study? Elise tilted her head and looked at him as if she was surprised he really wanted to know. Nursing. Really? Garrett asked. I never heard you mention an interest in that before. Elise shrugged. I've always been interested in the medical field, but I'm not brainy enough to go to medical school. So I thought I would like being a nurse and helping people. I'm sure you would be good at that. Although, I wouldn't say you weren't brainy enough. I'm pretty sure you won the science fair every year in middle school, and I wouldn't have made it through biology class in high school if you weren't my lab partner. Elise laughed. Now that is true. I seem to remember someone almost setting fire to the lab one day. Garrett held his hands up in defense. Hey, can I help it if they gave us dangerous chemicals to work with? They should be labeled. They were. Elise pointed a finger at him. You just didn't listen to the instructions. But you did. You took those detailed notes in your little notebook. You always were carrying that thing around. Elise ducked her head and rubbed her forehead. I still do. Really? She turned to the side of the booth and reached in her purse, producing a pocket notebook and pen. Everywhere I go. That's smart. I always thought you must be writing something really important on those pages. You must learn a lot that way. Elise dropped her gaze to the table, and Garrett felt like he must have said something wrong. Without thinking, he reached across and took one of her hands in his. I'm sorry. I meant it as a good thing. I just thought it was studious. Elise stared at their hands for several moments, causing Garrett to pull away. It's okay, she said when she finally looked at him. Actually, it's because I'm afraid I'll forget if I don't write it down. The only reason I might have looked smart is because I took notes and spent hours reading over them. I still write down things because I'm a hot mess and can't remember if I don't. She tapped a finger on the notebook she had laid on the table. I have pages of reminders to do things like move the laundry, or don't forget to buy milk at the grocery store. Some days it will be late in the afternoon, and I panic because I think I forgot to feed the boys lunch. Garrett chuckled. Don't worry about that. If they're like every other young boy I've met in my life, there's no way they'll let you forget that. Elise barely lifted her mouth into a smile. Thanks. You're right about that. I'm serious, though. I have been known to forget important things, and it's scary to be in charge of 2 kids and a household. Garrett blinked several times, surprised at her honesty and the vulnerability in her eyes. Hey, it's okay. You've made it this far. I know it hasn't been easy, but the boys are fine. And you're going to be fine. If you need a notebook to write things down, that's okay. And Elise. He waited until she looked up and met his gaze. I'm here now. I can help you. Quickly, she reached up to brush at the tears in her eyes. You've done enough. She motioned between the two of them. This is more than I should ever have asked, but I don't have another plan, so you don't have to do anything else. Well, it's too late. You're stuck with me now. I plan to help how I can, so I guess you'll just put up with it. Why? Elise asked, and her eyes pleaded with him to tell her. Why are you doing this? Because you asked me to, Garrett said plainly. I know, but why did you say yes? This isn't what you wanted for your life. You've made that pretty clear. Why would you change your mind now? The question sent a sting of guilt straight to his heart. It hurt that she had seen how clear he had made it. He had stuffed those feelings down and tried to forget them, but the night he hurt her would never leave his memory. He shrugged. You needed help. And it's true what you said. I'm not looking for someone else, or waiting to meet the right person. I can do this for you, and that's what I'm going to do. Elise shook her head. I won't try to talk you out of it because I do need it. But you might be crazier than me to agree to it. Garrett smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. Tell me more about nursing school, he said, desperate to change the subject. As Elise spoke about her classes and what her plans had been before, Garrett felt more determined than ever to help her and see to it that she got to fulfill those dreams one day. Chapter 9. Elise wrung her hands together as she stood in front of the mirror. She knew from the sound that she was breathing in and out, but she couldn't seem to catch her breath. Any minute now, the doorbell would ring, and she would have to show the social worker around and answer all kinds of questions. Thank goodness Garrett had come over and fixed the doorbell. At least they wouldn't start off with a bad impression. Maybe a drink of water would help. She started for the kitchen, but before she could reach it, the bell sounded. Without thinking, she called out, "Boys, let me get it. Remember, I need you to behave." It had been so hard telling them a woman was going to come and look at their living situation to make sure they were okay. She didn't want to tell them someone might try to take them away to live somewhere else, so she skirted the issue and just said it was to make sure they were safe. Elise sucked in as much air as she could and opened the door as she tried to paste on a smile. "Garrett!" she practically shouted, relief flooding her entire body instantly. She didn't know the sight of him could have that effect on her. "What are you doing here?" she asked as he stepped inside. "I thought it would be good for the social worker to meet me and know I'm a real person." Elise nodded slowly. "I hadn't thought of that, but you're right. It's probably a good idea." "Have you said anything to the boys about us yet?" "I have. I told them we were dating." She laughed. They thought that was disgusting and hilarious. Garrett smiled as if he was relieved. "I can understand that. I remember those thoughts at that age. But I'm glad they know so they don't blow it with the social worker." The doorbell sounded again. "Speaking of," Elise said, "here goes nothing." Garrett stepped behind her and squeezed her shoulders. "It's going to be fine." Elise's breath caught in her throat, this time at the feel of Garrett's hands. As much as it sent a shiver down her spine, it gave her the confidence to open the door with a real smile. "Hello," she said politely as the woman came into view. "I'm Susan Blockton. Are you Elise?" she asked. She wore black dress pants and a long-sleeved blouse that looked too warm to be standing on the porch in the June heat. "Yes, ma'am. Please come in." Elise stepped back and opened the door to allow her inside. The woman clicked her pen and lifted her clipboard as she immediately looked around the room. "Would you like to sit down?" Elise asked. "I would prefer to walk around the house first." "Sure." Elise found herself at a loss for words. Should she give her a tour? Suddenly, Mrs. Blockton's eyes landed on Garrett. "Hi," he said, reaching out his hand to shake hers. "I'm Garrett Macklin." Eyeing him with curiosity, Mrs. Blockton reluctantly shook his hand. "And you are?" "I'm Elise's boyfriend." Elise watched his face closely and was impressed at the confident way he'd said it. She pressed her lips together to keep from laughing that he hadn't choked on the words. Mrs. Blockton recoiled and clicked her pen before she began to scribble on her paper. "And do you live here, Mr. Macklin?" "Please, just Garrett." "But no, I don't. I live on my family's ranch just outside of town." "Mm-hmm," she scribbled again. "And do you help out with the boys?" Garrett glanced at Elise. "I've been planning to take a more active role in helping Elise and the boys now." Elise hoped that answer would satisfy her. "All right. Let's look around the house." "Yes. Great." Elise's voice sounded too high-pitched for her to recognize. "This is the living room and dining room area," she said, holding her hands out as if they really needed that explanation. Thankfully, the room was clean and the couch was free from laundry. "The kitchen is just through here, and the bedrooms are upstairs. I will need to see the boys' sleeping arrangements, and I will need to see the boys as well." "Sure," Elise said. "I can show you upstairs. The boys are playing in their room." Garrett hung back as she showed Mrs. Blockton all the bedrooms, the bathrooms, and even the hall closet. Then Elise made her way back down, while Mrs. Blockton asked the boys some questions. "Are you okay?" Garrett asked immediately. She took a deep breath and blew it out. I think so. It feels so weird to leave them with a total stranger to talk to them, but I guess she needs to know they're telling the truth without me there to prompt them. Garrett's hands moved to her arms and slid down to hold her hands in his. Elise could feel the roughness of his skin. It's going to be all right. She'll just ask them a few things, and it will be over. Elise looked up into his eyes as he spoke. She wanted to believe him, to know that all of this would be over soon and the boys could stay with her. With them, she and Garrett, as they started a new life. She was so worried, she didn't even realize she had allowed herself to move so close to him. She was inches from him as he ran his thumb over the back of her hand, and her heart beat at a funny pace. She couldn't say how long they had been there, but it must have been longer than she thought. Mrs. Blockton cleared her throat as she stepped into the kitchen. Elise jumped back and dropped her hands from Garrett's. The boys seem to be well taken care of. Do they have a pediatrician? Elise gave herself a shake as her mind went blank. Yes, they do. It's the same pediatrician I had growing up. His office is about 30 minutes from here. Dr. Johnston. I saw him too. Up until he said I was too old to go to a pediatrician. Garrett laughed. Elise forced a laugh, thankful to him for saving the day. Mrs. Blockton made more notes. And they go to school? Yes, they'll be in 4th grade in the fall at Shelby Springs Elementary. All right, I'll be in contact with the school to confirm that. Now, Mr. Macklin, I would like to speak to you in private. Garrett placed his palm to his chest as his eyebrows shot up. Me? Yes, Mrs. Blockton said plainly. Elise looked from one to the other before she spoke. I'll just go check on the boys. You can call for me when you're done. She felt numb as she climbed the stairs, every step feeling like her feet were covered in cement. What did the woman want with Garrett? She could only hope he would know the right answers to whatever questions Mrs. Blockton asked. Maybe they should have talked more about the boys and their routines and schedules in case he needed to know them. She shook her head, trying to calm herself. Not every boyfriend would know the habits of 10-year-old little brothers. Maybe she was worrying too much. Then again, was there such a thing as worrying too much when it came to keeping her brothers with her? The boys were playing in their room, building some kind of fort, and discussing the imaginary story playing out. Elise sat quietly and watched them. They were so fun and creative. How often in the last few months had she taken time to notice? She'd been too concerned with keeping them alive to think about having any fun with them. Maybe if life settled down a bit, she could focus more on that. Elise, Garrett's voice called out, interrupting her thoughts. Could you come down? She almost tripped over herself trying to get down the stairs in a hurry. She found Garrett and Mrs. Blockton sitting in the living room. Mrs. Blockton was writing on her paper again. Elise sat down and answered a few more questions about finances and her plans for a job. Then Mrs. Blockton stood up and abruptly stuck out her hand to Elise. Thank you for your time. I'll be calling a few places to confirm the information about the boys, but things seem to be in order here. I'll be in touch in a few days. Elise followed as she walked to the door, opened the door for her, and closed it behind her. When she was gone, Elise turned back to look at Garrett. Her mouth dropped open in surprise. Making her way to the couch, she collapsed beside Garrett. Well, I don't know what to think about that. I'm not sure if I should be relieved or more worried. I think you should relax, Garrett said. Elise sat straight up instead. What did she ask you? Garrett shrugged. Just a few questions about my job, my family's ranch, and where I live. Oh, that's not too bad. And then I told her I was planning to propose, and we'll be getting married soon. Elise's eyes grew wide, and she reached out to grab his arm with both hands. What did she say to that? That seemed to answer a lot of questions she didn't ask. Actually, her demeanor changed after that. I think you were absolutely right. If we get married, she thinks you are stable and secure, financially and otherwise. The look on her face said this was a closed case. Elise wanted to throw her arms in the air in triumph, but she was too tired. Tears welled up in her eyes instead, and she didn't bother to brush them away. "Thank you, Garrett," she said. "You just made everything better." Chapter 10. Garrett took his cowboy hat off as he stepped into Elise's house. His palms were sweaty, and he wiped one hand on his pants. He had a plan for tonight, but why was he so nervous? It wasn't like it was real. He was just following through on their plan. True, it probably wasn't a part of the plan Isa was expecting, but it needed to happen. Elise said something from where she walked in front of him, but Garrett had to shake himself to remember to listen. "What did you say?" he asked. "I got pizza for dinner." Elise stopped in the kitchen and turned to face him. She furrowed her eyebrows and tilted her head. "Are you okay?" Garrett cleared his throat. He had hoped it wasn't that obvious. "Yeah, fine." He ran his fingers through his hair, feeling anything but fine. "Probably just tired." "Busy day today?" He nodded. "Normal ranch stuff, really, but it has been busy." "I hope I'm not keeping you from anything by being here." Garrett didn't want to admit that he could think of at least 10 things he could be doing at the ranch. He had agreed to this plan, and he would do what it took to see it through. And to make it look real. He simply shrugged. "There's never an end to the work. It will still be there tomorrow." "I'm beginning to understand that. It's not the same, but I'm still learning all the things my mom did around here. It seems like no matter how much I do one day, there's still so much to do when I wake up the next. It's not always a bad thing. Work, that is. Work is good. I'm glad to have a purpose and something to keep my hands busy. I like work." Elise stared at him with a look of admiration. "I know you do. And you're good at it." She paused and bit her lip. "I need to learn to appreciate work like you do. I'm afraid I've complained too much. But I hope you know once we're settled at your house, I plan to work there." Garrett furrowed his eyebrows. "What do you mean?" Elise's cheeks flushed pink as she looked to the floor. "I know we won't have a real marriage, but I can still keep a house for you. Do laundry, clean, buy groceries, cook." Garrett stepped closer and waited for her to look up at him. "Elise, I'm not expecting you to be a maid." Elise blinked rapidly and swallowed. "I know. But the boys are a handful, and we take up some space. I just want you to know I plan to not be a bother and to help out." "I have never thought you would be a bother," he said gently. Elise turned and placed both hands on the counter as she hung her head. Garrett stepped to her side and peered over her shoulder. Instantly, he saw the tears already rolling down her cheeks. "Elise," he said, his voice sounding so tender he almost didn't recognize it. "What is it?" She shook her head and pressed her lips together as if she couldn't speak. Garrett waited. After a few moments, she took a deep breath and spoke through a broken voice. "I still can't believe you would do this. But I need you, Garrett. I've never been on my own before. And even though I don't think I'm a spoiled person, I had a lot of privileges I never realized. My parents just handled things for me, for all of us. They didn't ask me to do much around the house or help out paying for college, except for the scholarships I got. I'm not saying they thought I was a burden, but I don't think I've carried my own weight. Now here I am begging you to take us in, and you didn't even blink an eye. How can I ever repay that?" Garrett didn't think, he just put his arms around her. Every inch of his body reacted to being that close to her, and he steeled himself against it. This wasn't about any of that. It was about helping her and the boys. But seeing her standing there so vulnerable and feeling guilty, he couldn't take it. "Elise, I'm not asking for anything. You don't have to repay anything. We decided together to do this, and it's what we're going to do." She moved slightly in his arms, and he released her as he stepped back. She turned to face him. Garrett knew this was the moment. Maybe it was nothing like she had ever imagined, but it was time, and he knew in his heart it was the right thing to do. This isn't a temporary favor that you can repay. It's a life, Elise. We are choosing to do this. And even though it's for a different reason than most people, I still want you to know that we're making a commitment. I'm committing to you, and I won't break that promise. We've known each other a long time, a lifetime really, but we're going to be together for the rest of our lifetimes. Slowly, he reached into his pocket and produced the small box that had been weighing his pocket down since he arrived. Elise, I never thought I would ask anyone these words, but I know it's the right thing. He slipped open the box and revealed the simple, solitaire diamond ring. Will you marry me? Elise gasped at the sight of the ring while her hands flew to her mouth. Garrett, you shouldn't have. Yes, I should. I'm in this, Elise, for good, and I want to do it right. You deserve more than I can give you, but I'll give you what I can. So will you? Garrett asked. Knowing the answer could only be yes didn't make him any less nervous as he looked into her eyes, pleading for the word. She kept her eyes locked on his as she nodded. Yes, Garrett. I'll commit to a lifetime with you. I'll marry you. Garrett's hand shook as he took the ring from the box and slipped it on her finger. Opening his arms, she stepped into them, and he wrapped her in a hug. Somehow she felt just right in his arms. Maybe this was a deal, a contract, and a plan to keep a family together. But just for a moment, it felt like this was exactly where she was always supposed to be. Chapter 11th. Elise smoothed her hand over her dress for the millionth time as she sat in the passenger's seat of Garrett's truck. How many times had she ridden up the driveway to the Macklins' house? And yet, this was different than all of those other times. After today, everything would be different. She would no longer be a friend of the family, here to visit because her parents had known the Macklins for decades. No, now she would be a member of the family. Her stomach twisted thinking about it. Were they doing the right thing? She knew it was the right decision to protect her brothers, but what if the Macklins knew why they had made this decision? Would they understand or be hurt? And there was that moment with Garrett last night. When he wrapped his arms around her, she wanted to melt into his embrace and stay there forever. Then she remembered that most couples who just got engaged would kiss and laugh or cry tears of happiness as they celebrated. This wasn't a celebration, and as committed as Garrett was to the marriage, he wasn't in love with her. Elise turned her attention to the boys in the back seat. Now you two need to behave tonight. Remember that Mrs. Macklin had made a wonderful dinner for us. You need to eat it and be grateful. Yeah, Garrett jumped in. I've heard if you eat your dinner, there's a special dessert. He looked into the rearview mirror and winked at them. Elise couldn't help but crack a smile. Garrett might not consider himself the fatherly type, but he had such a natural way with the boys, probably from growing up with a pack of brothers. It was going to do them a world of good to be around Garrett more. They had told the boys about the engagement at the house before they left. Noah and Ethan had looked confused and had plenty of questions about what that meant and where they would live. They didn't seem too sure about things, but when Elise told them they would live at the ranch, they seemed to forget everything else. Elise's heart stung a little at the idea that they weren't concerned about leaving their parents' house, but then again, they were just kids, and they had been through so much in the last few months. If they were excited about acres of land to run on and horses to ride, she couldn't fault them for that. Here we are, Garrett said, pulling up to what everyone called the main house. He had promised to show Elise his own house in the next few days, so they could start planning where to put furniture and how much she should bring from her house. The boys took off running to the front porch where Benji, Jensen's adopted son who was about their age, sat petting one of the old ranch dogs. Garrett fell into step beside Elise. "Are you ready for this?" he asked. Without looking at him, she nodded. As they stepped up onto the porch, he surprised her by taking her hand in his. Her gaze quickly moved to their linked hands and then up to his face. "I just thought we should probably look like a cozy, happy couple." Elise blinked back the tears. Years ago, she had wished she could be a cozy, happy couple with Garrett. Now she had what she wanted in the strangest way possible. "Okay," she said quietly. "Are you?" he asked, stopping just outside the door. "Happy, I mean?" Elise tilted her head. What a strange question, and what a complicated answer. "I'm grateful," she said. "So grateful. And that makes me happy." Garrett narrowed his eyes as if he wanted to push for more, but then thought better of it. "Let's do this," he said, opening the door for her. Elise moved through the house, following Garrett's lead as he held her hand tightly. The sound of voices coming from the kitchen filled the house, but as soon as they walked in the room, everyone stopped talking. Finally, Lydia broke the silence. "Elise," she said, moving towards her and enveloping her in a hug. "We're so glad you're here." Elise smiled, but felt like her voice had been left somewhere outside. She glanced at Garrett. They hadn't really discussed how they would make the announcement, but now she realized the ring on her finger might make it for them. She started to tuck her left hand into her pocket, but before she could, Garrett reached and took it in his. "Is everyone here?" he asked, looking around the room. "I think so," Sawyer answered. "Well, that's new," Jensen added. Elise could remember many dinners that were started without one or more brothers who were still out working. Garrett chuckled in surprise, too. "I'm glad you're here, because we have something to tell everyone." He looked at Elise, as if asking for permission, and she nodded to him as she took a deep breath and smiled. He gave her hand a quick squeeze. "We want to tell you that I've asked Elise to marry me, and she said yes." Gasps and cheers rang throughout the room. Sierra and Katie and the other wives encircled Elise, pulling her from Garrett to grab her hand and see the ring. Elise's heart pounded in excitement and dread. This should be a moment of pure joy, and everyone being so happy for them only made her feel worse. "Elise, I can't believe you finally tied down this cowboy," Katie said. "Right," Sierra shouted. "Who says he will never get married now?" Grace quietly hugged Elise and said, "The ring is absolutely beautiful." Elise's heart flipped at those words. She still couldn't believe Garrett had bought her a ring. Surely that was hard-earned money that he had been saving, and he used it to propose to her when she was the one begging him to marry her. Still, it was the most perfect ring. She had never wanted anything fancy or elaborate, and somehow he had picked out exactly what she would have picked for herself. Lydia moved into the circle and held Elise's hands in hers. With tears in her eyes, she spoke. "Another daughter. I just can't believe how blessed I am." Elise blinked away her own tears, and Garrett stepped up behind her and put his hands on her shoulders. Lydia smiled up at him. "But I have to know. How did all of this happen so fast?" Elise pressed her lips together as she turned her head to look in his direction. He didn't miss a beat. "You know what they say. When you know, you know. And we're lucky because Elise and I don't need to get to know each other. We know enough, and I guess it's just that the timing was finally right for us to figure out we were supposed to be together." Elise's heart warmed at his words. Everything he said was true, even if it had a bit of a twist to it. In her heart, she hoped he really did believe they were supposed to be together, just like she always had. Lydia clapped her hands together. "Well, that's just the most wonderful thing I've ever heard." She reached to wrap her arms around both of them. When she stepped back, she wiped at her eyes again. She looked at Elise, and without speaking the words, Elise knew what she wanted to say, because Elise felt the same. Her parents were missing this moment. Her heart pinched in pain at the thought, while at the same moment she was overwhelmed with the thought of an entirely new family. Mr. Macklin spoke up. It certainly sounds like we have something to celebrate. How about we get to eating? So we can enjoy that delicious dessert I've been smelling all afternoon. Everyone cheered again as they moved to fix their plates and take their seats around the table. Everyone was settled, eating and asking questions and chatting excitedly. Lydia waited until dessert had been served to ask the question they had been waiting for. Is it too soon to ask if you've thought about a date? Elise reached for Garrett's hand, which was starting to feel more natural. Actually, we've decided we don't want to have a long engagement, and we really don't need a big wedding. We just want to be married and start our life together. Garrett squeezed her hand. That's right. So we're just going to get our marriage license and have Pastor Judson marry us on Sunday after church. Elise braced herself as she looked at the faces around the table. Half of their mouths hung open in disbelief. This Sunday? Katie asked. That's in 3 days. That's right, Garrett said. But Elise, you need a dress, Lydia said. And flowers, and oh my goodness, so many things. Elise smiled and held up her hand. It will be all right. I'm going to wear my mother's dress. She was just the same size as me, and I'll be happy without a bouquet. Garrett has enough suits from his brother's weddings to pick one. We'll just stand at the front of the church and be married. Garrett shifted to put his arm around her. We thought about going to the courthouse and taking care of it today, but we both knew we wanted to make this commitment before God. So Sunday it is. We don't need a lot of frills. What about a reception? Lydia asked. Or a bridal shower, Katie added. We can do those later if you want to, Garrett said. But we've made the decision about the wedding, and that's what we're going to do. In a way, Elise admired the way he said it so confidently. She would have been the one to waffle on the decision, but Garrett wasn't like that. He had always known what he wanted and didn't let anyone change his mind. Everyone seemed to look at Elise to confirm. She smiled, pretending for a moment that all the attention was just part of the happiest day of her life. Yes, she said. We can't wait to be married in just a few days. Chapter 12. Garrett stood in the choir room of the church he'd grown up attending his entire life. But today wasn't like any other Sunday. He had sat through church in the back, while Elise sat with her brothers on the second row. Because even though it was a small ceremony, his mother and sisters-in-law still insisted he couldn't see the bride. He hoped it wasn't unlucky that he could see the back of her head over the hymnal he held as he sang. Maybe it didn't count, since she wasn't wearing her wedding dress yet. Garrett had thought they could simply stand up front after the church had cleared and say their vows. He had been wrong. Once the females in the Macklin family got a hold of things, they evolved quickly. They insisted that Elise needed time to change and fix her hair. Then, out of nowhere, there was a photographer coming. Once everything started falling into place, more and more people heard about the plans. Now Garrett could hear the voices from the full sanctuary of the close friends of the family who had asked if they could come. He didn't mind, really. The plan wasn't to keep people from seeing, it was just to get married quickly. So as long as he and Elise were married by the afternoon, they could do all the planning they wanted. This morning, he had managed to do a little planning of his own, and he hoped Elise would be happy with his surprise. Garrett checked his watch as the door opened and Lawson walked in. Trying to see if there's still time to run? Lawson asked. Garrett grinned. Not at all. I was planning to have all this finished and be married by now. You sure you don't need me to be your best man? Garrett clapped a hand on his brother's shoulder. They'd been through so much together. You know you would be my first choice. We just wanted to keep it simple. Garrett shook his head. I should have known better. Maybe we should have planned a little more. Nah, Lawson said. I think it's just fine. Can I just get it in writing that I would have been your best man if you had one? Garrett laughed. It was always a competition between the brothers of who would get the top honor at a wedding. Sure thing, man. Lawson's face turned serious. I'm really happy for you. I know you said you were never getting married, and I didn't think much of it either way. If you were happy not married, great. But I can see that you're really happy now. You and Elise are going to be great together. Garrett swallowed hard as he took in his brother's words. Thanks, Law. That means a lot to me. Elise is really special, and I hope I will be a good husband. You're right. I just never saw myself as a married man, but somehow these last few weeks with Elise, it seemed like the right decision. I think it's a great decision, and I'll be your best man the rest of your life, keeping you in line when you need it. Garrett laughed along with Lawson. I'm sure I'll need that too. Elise stepped back from the bathroom mirror as she touched her hand to her hair. Grace, I didn't know you had such a gift with hair. Grace smiled at her soon-to-be sister-in-law. I've always liked doing it. It's fun watching all of those hair tutorials online, so I was thrilled to have a chance to try one out. You did a great job, Elise said. I didn't plan to do anything besides brush it out, so this is incredible. Well, we couldn't have you wearing that beautiful vintage dress with no hairstyle, and your makeup is just perfect too, Katie spoke up. Of course you're beautiful no matter what. We just wanted to do a little something special for your big day. Elise took a deep breath and sighed. She had grown used to only having brothers. It seemed impossible that she was gaining a whole passel of sisters. She reached for their hands. Thank you. This is much more than I could have ever asked for. Nonsense! Katie waved a hand in the air. If you had given us more than 3 days, you should see what we would have planned. Elise laughed, still relieved that they were keeping things mostly simple. Katie was known for her planning skills, and she knew she would be attending a huge wedding if she had been given the time. Thank you for everything you've done, especially for hiring the photographer. I just knew you would want to have pictures of today, and don't worry, I'll have her come back out whenever we have the reception. Katie patted Elise's hand. A knock at the door drew their attention. Who is it? Sierra jumped up as she asked, taking her role as guard of the door seriously. Just the groom. Garrett's voice sounded through the door and sent Elise's heart racing. Sierra gasped and pressed both hands against the door. No, she shouted. You're not allowed in here. Go away. Come on, please, Garrett begged. No! Sierra, Grace, and Katie yelled in unison. Garrett sighed loudly. Fine, but I have a gift for the bride. Can I at least give you that? Sierra looked around the room and then turned back to the door that she barely cracked open and stuck her hand out. Her face softened when she looked back at the other women. Ah, she said. Elise looked up to see her holding a card and a large bouquet of brightly colored wildflowers. Her hand flew to her chest as her mouth fell open. She wanted to speak, but no words came out. Sierra rushed forward and handed the flowers to Elise. They're so beautiful, Katie said. Is this why you wouldn't let me get you a bouquet? Did you know he was doing this? Elise shook her head. I had no idea. I just didn't want anyone to fuss over flowers. And I'm not really a fancy bouquet kind of girl. She reached out and gently fingered a bright purple flower petal. Wildflowers are my favorite. Ah, that is just the sweetest thing, Grace said, wiping at her eyes. I told Garrett once, but it was a very long time ago. I didn't even know he remembered. Katie put her hands to her chest. Really? When was that? When we went to senior prom together. He bought me a corsage, and really it was very pretty, but he asked me if it's what I would have picked for myself. I had to be honest and say no. I would have been happy with wildflowers. Wow, prom, that was a long time ago, Sierra said. That's so sweet that you two have a long history. I wouldn't change our story, but none of us knew our husbands that long. She indicated the 3 women. Hawk and Maggie have known each other a long time too, Katie said. I agree. I love our own stories, but there's something so special about knowing your whole history. Elise smiled. It has its pros and cons. The sisters-in-law giggled. But it's nice to hear that you wouldn't change your love stories. Elise's heart skipped a beat. Was hers ever going to be an actual love story? A soft knock on the door was followed by the sound of Lydia Macklin's voice. It's time. Elise stood and tightly gripped the flowers in her hand. As the other women made their way out the door giggling and wishing her well, she slowly moved to the door. Here goes everything. Chapter 13. Garrett stared up at the ceiling fan in his living room from where he lay on the couch. He'd barely slept. When he had picked out a couch last year, he hadn't thought to test it for sleeping on it all night. Sitting up, he rolled his neck from side to side, trying to stretch out the knots. Elise hadn't made a sound yet this morning, but he glanced at the bedroom door and wondered if she was awake. His family had insisted that they spend their first night alone, so Jensen and Sierra took the boys home for a sleepover. Garrett couldn't very well tell them that wasn't necessary, and that they spent the evening talking about how to rearrange the furniture. The bedroom door cracked open, and Garrett turned to watch Elise come into the room. She was already dressed in shorts and an old t-shirt, but her hair was still curly from the day before. He grinned, thinking it felt nice to see her in the morning. "Hey," she said, padding over and sitting on the edge of the recliner. "Morning," he said. "How did you sleep?" She held her palm in the air and turned it back and forth. "Okay, I guess. I've never been great at sleeping in new places, but I'll get used to it." Garrett nodded and hoped she didn't ask him how he had slept. He didn't want her to feel bad, especially after she begged him to be the one who slept on the couch. "I don't think this is going to work," Elise said. Garrett's heart ricocheted against his ribs. "What?" He raised his voice. She couldn't be giving up on this already. They had made a commitment. She held her index finger up and twirled it in the direction of the bedrooms. "The sleeping arrangements? I don't think we can make it work like we said." Garrett let out a breath. "Okay. What do you mean?" "I've just been thinking about it. The boys and I can't share a room. They're old enough to know that married people sleep in the same room. Maybe we could get away with it for a night or two if I said I wanted them to get used to a new house, but they aren't going to buy that for long. Even if they did, they would be sure to let it slip to someone else." Garrett leaned his elbows on his knees and rubbed his chin. "You're right." Maybe he had been so eager to help and move quickly he hadn't thought that through. "What do you suggest?" Elise bit her lip. "I'm not sure. I've just been lying awake thinking about it. I don't have an answer." Garrett thought maybe she did, but she just didn't want to say it. "Come on, Elise. Remember we are actually married. You can tell me what you think." She looked at him and sighed. "It's just a small house and a lot of people. We can't hide anything from them. And what will we do if someone wants to come see the house?" Garrett furrowed his eyebrows. "Who would want to come see the house? I've never had anyone over." Elise laughed. "That's because you lived in a bachelor pad. Now we're married. People will want to come by and see the house and how we've set things up and decorated." "Decorated?" He looked around. "Now you're taking things too far," he teased. "I'm serious. We're going to have to add some womanly touches to make this believable." Garrett shook his head. "Maybe I should have coffee before we talk more. This is all a little much." Elise stood. "I'll make it." "You don't know where the coffee is." She quickly moved toward the kitchen. "I can find it." Garrett stood and followed her. "It's okay. We can do it together this time. Then you can make it tomorrow." "What time do you need to get to work?" He chuckled. "I'm not working today. If I was, I would already be gone. My brothers made me promise not to show up until Wednesday." "Wow, 2 whole days." "I know, right? I haven't taken 2 days off since that time I had the flu." Elise grinned as she looked over her shoulder at him. "You're a special kind of man, Garrett Macklin." Garrett took those words to heart and mentally packed them in his back pocket, hoping he would always remember she had said that. He pointed out where the coffee was and showed her the features on the coffee maker. In a short time, they both had mugs full of hot coffee and plates of reheated sausage, bacon, and muffins that his mom had sent over. Garrett moved to the small round table and took a seat. Another reminder that this house had only been built for one person. Elise joined him and, for a few minutes, they ate in silence. Garrett wiped his mouth with a napkin when he cleared his plate. Now, back to the matter of bedroom arrangements. He watched as Elise's cheeks flushed at the words. I don't see any way for it to work unless we both stay in the room. You can keep the bed. I looked this morning and I think we could fit a mattress under the bed. I can slide it out at night to sleep and put it back in the morning. Garrett stared at the table as he considered this idea. Maybe she was right. They couldn't exactly convince people they were married if she was sharing a room with her two brothers. But he couldn't ask her to sleep on a mattress on the floor. That could work. But I'll be the one sleeping on the mattress. She shook her head. No way. This is my idea. I'm the one who asked you to do this. You have given up space in your house, changed your life, and made enough sacrifices already. You spend your days working physically on the ranch and riding a horse. You need a good place to sleep at night. I've made this decision, and I'm not going to let you change my mind. Garrett narrowed his eyes and stared at her. He had never seen such a look of determination in her eyes. Are we about to have our first spat? Spat? Are we 90 years old? She giggled. No, but we are an old married couple, he said. Speak for yourself. Elise playfully swatted at him. I'm still young. Garrett had to agree. Yep. You haven't changed a bit. You look the exact same as when we graduated from high school. Oh, I don't know about that. But as to our first spat, I don't think so. I think we just decided. She stood then and gathered their plates and carried them to the sink. Garrett sat and watched her. He never would have thought a woman would be living in this house. But here she was, making decisions, helping with breakfast, and talking about decorating things. How in the world did he get here? Fine, he said. But we're driving into Timberline and getting you the best mattress we can find. And go ahead and make a list of what we need. I've never cooked more than coffee and scrambled eggs here, so we will need some kitchen items and groceries. Well, I won't argue with that. The boys are growing like weeds, and if we don't feed them, there might be a mutiny. Garrett laughed. I have witnessed that before. Trust me, it's not going to get better anytime soon, but I can teach them all the snacks I made when I was a teenager. We'll need lots of peanut butter and oats. I'm sure they'll be happy to learn from you. Are we going to get them today? Yes, but not until after dinner time. Then let's get to work. If we hurry, we can have their room set up when we bring them home. Garrett nodded. He liked the sound of it when she called his house her home. Chapter 14. Elise laid on the mattress on the floor in the bedroom, staring at the sun streaming in through the window. It was a lovely room, even if it was small, but the view from the floor wasn't that great. Through the wall, she could hear the boys stirring in the room next door and decided it was time to get up. She'd barely heard Garrett get up and leave the house. She wondered if he was always that quiet, or if it was another disruption to his morning routine. As she stood and pulled the covers up over her makeshift bed and carefully slid it under the bed, she thought about the events of the past couple of days. Monday, she and Garrett had run errands in the next town over, where they had bigger stores, and thankfully, where they wouldn't be recognized. They also brought over things from her house. They made quick work of disassembling the boys' beds, loading them in Garrett's truck, and reassembling them in the boys' new room. They would have to make more trips to the house and pack a lot more, but they gathered enough for everyone to make it through the first night. Without trying, she and Garrett seemed to make a good team, at least when it came to getting a job done. It was starting to feel so natural that Elise had to remind herself that while their marriage was final, there was nothing more than the contract between them. Walking into the bathroom, she caught a glimpse of herself in the mirror. She thought she should get dressed, but she had slept practically dressed in a full outfit. Her pair of athletic shorts and t-shirt were normal attire for the day, but she was too embarrassed to change into pajamas last night. Even tucking herself into the sheets and hearing Garrett breathe, while she closed her eyes and tried to go to sleep, was unnerving. They would get used to it, wouldn't they? Once it became routine, she was sure she could think of him as a close friend and roommate who happened to sleep in the same room. Moving to the kitchen, she started a fresh pot of coffee and scrambled some eggs. The door to the boys' room opened and they came barreling out. "Good morning," Elise said. "What's that?" Noah asked. "I'm starving." "You're not starving, you're just hungry," Elise corrected him. "I'm cooking eggs and you can help yourself to some toast." "Aw, can't we have waffles?" "Not today. And don't complain, I haven't brought the waffle iron over yet." "Can we have them tomorrow?" Ethan asked. Elise put the eggs on a plate and set them on the table. "We'll see. That's something I want to talk to you about. I need you to eat breakfast and get dressed. We're going over to the house today, and we have a lot of packing to do. I need you to be helpful and good workers." Ethan scratched his head between bites of eggs. "What are we going to do with the house? If we're going to live here, I mean." "That's what I need to talk to you about. I know this is all moving really fast and there are a lot of changes going on. I want you to know you can tell me how you feel about things and ask any questions that you have. When Dad was here, he worked hard for our family, and he paid for the house every month on a mortgage. That means that the bank loaned the money, and they paid it back a little bit at a time. Now that we don't have that money coming in, we can't keep paying for the house. Since we're moving here and living on the ranch, we're going to sell the house." Elise watched her brothers' faces as they processed this news. It was obvious this idea hadn't occurred to them before now. Noah stopped eating and stared at the table. Elise reached out to touch his arm. "I know it's a lot to take in. It's okay if you want to say something." Noah sighed. "I'm excited about being at the ranch. It's fun, but I guess I still thought we would have the house." He shrugged. "I don't know why." Elise ruffled his hair. "Probably because I didn't tell you. I'm sorry about that. It's just that I've had to make a lot of decisions recently, and I didn't want to upset you by telling you everything at once. Now we're here, and we're going to try to settle in, so I'll tell you anything you want to know." "Can we bring our toys?" Ethan asked. "Of course you can. We won't leave anything behind that you want to keep. Although, we do need to remember that this is a smaller house, so if you don't really play with something or love it, maybe we should let it go." Ethan nodded. "I have some little kid toys I don't need anymore." "There you go. I've got stuff in my closet from high school that I don't need anymore either. So today, we'll just make a start. We don't have to pack the whole house in one day, but I want us to work hard on it this week and see how much we can do. How does that sound?" Noah sat straight up in his chair. "If we work hard, can we go get milkshakes for a snack this afternoon?" Elise laughed at how they could bounce from one thing to the other. "I think maybe we can do that." The boys went on after that, chatting excitedly about where they could go for milkshakes and what things they wanted to be sure to bring to their new room. Elise listened to them as she ate, grateful they seemed to be rolling with everything so well, but still worried they were going to hit a point where they were upset about all the changes. As she gathered their plates and stood at the sink washing dishes, her thoughts moved to Garrett. What was he doing now? Obviously, he was working on the ranch, but what did he do all those hours? They hadn't discussed what his day-to-day looked like. Would he come home for lunch? No, surely not. He always ate at the main house for lunch. Lydia Macklin was an absolute pro in the kitchen and had a gift for feeding all those hungry cowboys. Elise knew nothing about that, even if she was feeding two boys who seemed like bottomless pits sometimes. She shook her head and told herself to get Garrett off her mind. He had his schedule, and she wasn't here to change that. In fact, the best thing she could do was go about her own business. Lydia would expect them to be at the house for dinner, so she would plan on that. But the rest of the day, she would keep herself busy with the boys. There was plenty of work at the house to occupy their time for at least a week. After that, she would find something to do with herself. She had told Garrett she wanted to get a job, and she meant it. There was no way she would let the financial burden of herself and the boys fall on him. Walking to the bedroom, she reached for her notebook and flipped to a blank page to start a list. Pack the house. Call a real estate agent. Look for a job. Now she had plenty to do, and no more time to think about Garrett and what he was doing today. No matter how tempting that might be. Chapter 19. Garrett couldn't stop thinking about Elise and what she was doing today. He felt bad that they hadn't discussed their plans for the day. He was used to getting up and leaving the house and staying gone until the work was done for the day. His brothers knew where he was, and his mom knew to expect him for meals. Other than that, he'd never had to worry about letting another person know what he was doing. Was that something Elise wanted? To plan their days and know what he was doing? Of course, that was easy for him. He was working on the ranch. It's what he was always doing. Then again, Elise had told him over and over that she had no expectations of him. Maybe she meant that and planned for them to live their own lives under the same roof. Was that even possible? Garrett lifted his cowboy hat and wiped his forehead with the back of his shirt sleeve. No, he couldn't think about that right now. He was here to work, and he needed to focus. He sighed, remembering this was why he had never planned to be a family man. He wanted to help Elise and the boys. But his primary job was on the ranch, wasn't it? His family counted on him, and he wouldn't let them down. Bro, why are you even here today? We told you to take the whole week off, Jensen said as he pulled up next to him on his horse. Garrett shook his head. No, you said I could take the week, but that I couldn't come back before Wednesday. It's Wednesday. But wouldn't you rather be at home with your new wife today? The question made him uneasy. Should he wish he was with Elise today? Even if what they had was more of an agreement than a romantic relationship, shouldn't he just want to be around her? All he could do was shrug. I just feel needed here. A thought occurred to him, and he made an excuse. Besides, the boys are with her, and they're planning to work on packing at her parents' house today. Should you be there helping her? Again, Garrett felt a bit of guilt. I don't know. She said she could handle it. He took a deep breath. But I can go over there tonight. We have to talk about what to do with the furniture. And you're going to sell the house? Jensen asked. It's Elise's decision, but yes, that's what she thinks is best. He didn't say that if she didn't sell it, she might lose it anyway. Jensen squinted in the mid-morning sun. I can't imagine what she's been through. Losing your parents would be terrible, but there's so much baggage to deal with afterward, too. That's what we're trying to wade through. Jensen punched Garrett's shoulder. I guess that's why you got married anyway, though. Garrett's eyes grew wide and his stomach twisted in fear. Had Jensen guessed the real reason behind their plan? What do you mean? Since Mom sent you over there to take food and see how we could help. That's how you and Elise started talking again, isn't it? Relief flooded Garrett. Oh yeah, that's right. I didn't even want to go over there that day. You know there was a lot of water under the bridge between me and Elise. I know. But we're all glad you put that behind you and found each other again. I always thought there was something there, and you just weren't willing to admit it. Garrett took a deep breath as he stared off across the pasture. Was that true? What if he had only pushed away his true feelings for Elise, and God had pushed them together to show him what he should have seen all along? Right, man? Jensen asked. Sorry, what? Garrett turned his attention back to his brother. Jensen laughed. It's okay. I can see that your mind is elsewhere today. Garrett cleared his throat. No, I'm good. I'm here, and paying attention. I just said, we're all happy for you, and you should consider our offer to take some time off. But I'll leave you to it. I'm headed to the training facility to see Sierra. You know it's the best part of my day. Garrett watched his brother ride away and thought about his words. The best part of Garrett's day had always been working. He had been ready to join his dad and brothers from the moment he could sit upright on a horse. He had watched his dad spend his days on the ranch and never take vacations, and he thought that suited him just fine. Would he ever be happy taking time off? That was a question he would have to consider. He cared for Elise. A lot, in fact. Enough to make this commitment to help in her less than ideal situation. But was he ready to say he wanted to be with her more than he wanted to take care of the ranch? That was a question he wasn't ready to answer. Chapter 16. Thursday morning, Elise was up before the sun and before Garrett. She quietly gathered a change of clothes from her duffel bag and slipped into the bathroom. She secured the lock with a click before she turned on the water for the shower. As she waited for the water to warm up, she rubbed circles in her temples with 2 fingers. It would be nice to sleep a few more hours, but after seeing how much work there was to do at the house, she needed to get an early start. As thoughts washed over her mind, she desperately wished she had her notebook to jot things down. She knew it was beside her makeshift bed on the floor. But now she was wrapped in a towel, and heat crept up her cheeks at the thought of walking into the room like that with Garrett asleep in bed. They might be married, but other than a quick peck of a kiss at their ceremony, there had been very little physical contact between them. Last night, she had worked at the house until she and the boys were late to dinner at the Macklins. After dinner, Garrett went back out to check on a fence that needed mending and didn't come home until after she had the boys settled, and she was reading on the couch. Garrett had said he was going to shower and come back out, but an hour later she found him asleep in his bed. It was just as well. The less they talked, the easier it was to remember what their situation really was. Garrett had never wanted a wife or a family, and she had promised him he wouldn't have to take care of them. She would do her best to keep that promise. She quickly showered and dressed before exiting the bathroom. She glanced at the clock on the bedside table and saw that Garrett's alarm would be going off in just a few minutes. Elise rushed to straighten her bed and then slipped out of the bedroom and closed the door behind her. The night before, she had gathered clothes for the boys and put them in the car. They only needed to get out of bed and walk out the door, and they could get dressed at the house. Tiptoeing into the boys' room, she woke them as gently as possible, reminding them, like she had the night before, that they had to leave early this morning. She needed them to get up quickly. It was harder than she hoped, but in a matter of minutes, they were loaded up and pulling out of the drive. As she backed up, she looked up at the house in time to see a bewildered Garrett step out the door and onto the porch. He ran a hand over his face as he lifted the other in a wave. Elise wasn't sure if he was asking her to stop, but she simply waved back and pulled out of the driveway. When she was almost to her parents' house, her phone rang. "Hey," she answered, surprised to see that it was Garrett. "Hey, you're up early," he said. He sounded a little more awake than he had looked on the porch. "Yeah, I wanted to get to the house and get started. There's a lot to do." "You could have told me." His voice was kind and not accusing. "Sorry. You fell asleep last night before I got a chance, and I didn't want to wake you this morning." Garrett laughed. "I never would have thought you would be up early enough to leave before I was awake." "I don't plan to make a habit of it. You cowboys are crazy to work at this hour." Even as she said the words, she knew she might leave early more often if she could avoid seeing him too much. Although, she didn't know how she could walk past him every morning and not peek at his perfect sleeping form. "Do you need me to come over and help you? My brothers said they can handle things without me." Elise bit her lip. She appreciated the offer, but the tone of his voice said he hoped she wouldn't pull him away from the ranch. "No, it's all right. I'm just packing boxes and sorting through things you wouldn't know what to do with. I'll be happy to recruit the Macklin Brothers moving company when it's time to deal with the furniture. Although, I guess I just need it moved to the driveway, and I can schedule a pickup from the donation center. You don't want to keep any of it? Garrett asked. Where would I put it? Your house has all the furniture it can handle already. That's true. But if there's something you don't want to let go of, you know, anything special, we can figure something out. Thanks, she said. Emotion rose up in her chest and she swallowed to push it away. Why did he have to be so nice? It only made her wish things were real between them. I'm pulling in now, so I'll let you go. Garrett was saying bye, but Elise barely heard him as she hurriedly hung up the phone. She didn't want to leave room to talk about more than logistics. He knew where she was today, and she knew where he was. That was all they needed. Wasn't it? She had asked for a husband to solve her financial problems and her situation with her brothers. All she needed to do now was focus on living side by side with a man who wasn't in love with her. Chapter 17. Garrett stood in the kitchen at the main house and looked up every time the front door opened, hoping to see Elise and the boys walk in. He hadn't heard from her since that morning when they spoke briefly on the phone. He couldn't be sure, but it seemed like she was trying to get out the door without seeing him, and then she hung up the phone without even saying goodbye. He hated to admit it to himself, but he didn't like it. But what was he supposed to say to her? That she should stay home and be a better pretend wife? That wasn't what he wanted anyway. Was it? As his brothers chatted in the kitchen, his thoughts were far from their conversation. What did he want? Was it all the things his brothers kept telling him were so great about marriage? Did he actually want a wife after all? The door opened again, and he looked up. His heart swelled to see her. Without thinking, he pushed away from the counter and moved toward her. He didn't even think about his brothers watching as he wrapped her in a hug. How did it seem like days since he had been in her presence? And if these feelings grew, how would he ever get out of the house in the morning and leave her behind? None of that mattered for the moment as he tugged her close. He would have held on if she hadn't wiggled away to tell the boys to wash their hands before dinner. She turned back to glance at him. Hi, he said. How was your day? Elise blinked rapidly as if she was surprised by the question. Not bad, she said. We got a lot done at the house, but the piles of donations are stacking up. If you're up for it, we could go back over and work more after dinner. I'm sure Mom and Dad would let the boys stay here and watch a movie. We could tackle some of the bigger stuff in the garage. Again, Elise looked confused by the offer. Okay, let me think about it. Garrett nodded and stepped back to let her have some space. He caught a glimpse of his mom's face as he walked back into the kitchen. She looked so proud and happy for him. Jensen and Sawyer had a similar look, but more goofy, like older brothers whose younger brother just figured out how to score on the basketball goal. Maybe if they were all this happy for him, he should give in and be just as happy for himself. Time to eat, Mom announced. Garrett reached for Elise's hand as they moved to the line and only let go when she needed it to balance her plate. He followed her to the table and sat next to her, leaving no space between them. After Dad prayed, they dug into their food, and everyone jumped into conversation. What are our plans for the 4th of July? Sierra asked. The church picnic is the Saturday before, Grace said. But I haven't made any plans for the actual holiday, since it's in the middle of the week. Sawyer, do you think the boss could give us enough time off to enjoy the holiday? Sawyer chuckled. His brothers liked to give him a hard time about being the one in charge of the ranch. Actually, he rubbed his hands together. I've put together a little surprise. Katie sat beside him, nodding and grinning like a Cheshire cat. Can we tell them now? Please? I don't think I can keep it a secret anymore. Yes. Tell us now, Jensen encouraged. Sawyer held his hands up for quiet as everyone shouted for him to tell them. I know it's been a long time since we've had a real day off around here. We take turns and help each other out, but we haven't done something as a whole family well, in I don't know how long. I decided it was time. So for 4th of July this year, we will all be taking a family holiday. Sawyer finished with a flourish and waited for everyone's response. All the brothers sat in silence staring at him. Well, don't everyone thank me all at once? Lawson scratched his head. Thanks, Sawyer, that sounds great. But how exactly are we going to do that? I've already hired day workers to handle things here, so we don't have anything to worry about. We're going out to Eagle Lake and spend the day on the water. Katie even arranged to rent a couple of boats for us. That sounds wonderful, Sawyer. What a great idea. Mom was the first to speak up. Garrett looked around the table. The rest of the family still seemed stunned. Day workers? He finally asked. And none of us will be here to oversee what they're doing? Are you sure about that? Yes, I am, Sawyer said firmly. We've hired day workers before. Yeah, but only when we needed extra hands and never when all of us are gone. Garrett scratched his head. I think it sounds fun, but it's hard to wrap my mind around leaving everything to strangers. They aren't all strangers. It's guys that Riley Kennemer knows and recommended. Half of them go to church with us or grew up here. It will be fine, Garrett. Don't worry about it. Garrett slowly nodded and went back to eating his food. Only moments ago, his thoughts were consumed with Elise. Now he was considering bucking his brother's authority and staying home to work while the rest of the family took time off. How could Sawyer even consider this? Sure, holidays were fun, but wasn't the ranch more important than that? Get pajamas on and brush your teeth, Elise called to the boys as they ran through the front door. She turned at the sound behind her and saw Garrett jump out of his truck and shut the door. He had surprised her with his greeting at dinner and, for just a moment, she thought there was something changing between them. Then she remembered he must be putting on a show for his family. Still, it felt nice. Until Sawyer started talking about hiring day workers for the ranch. Garrett didn't have much to say after that, and he definitely wasn't as cozy. Elise didn't wait to talk to him as she moved inside the house. The boys would be chaos, and that would be enough distraction that Garrett wouldn't feel the need to make conversation. She left the door open behind her as she went inside. Noah, Ethan, are you getting pajamas on? She called in the direction of their room where she heard thuds and laughing. There was a moment of quiet before they both yelled, "Yeah!" Elise smiled as she rolled her eyes. They did try to behave. She just had to remember they were little boys with lots of energy. Hey, Garrett said, coming up behind her. You didn't tell me you were leaving. Oh, sorry, Elise said. You were busy talking to your dad. I thought we were going to let the boys stay with my parents so we could go work on the house. They said they didn't mind. She lifted one shoulder. Yeah, I thought about it. But we were up really early, and I think we're pretty tired out. The big stuff can wait anyway. Oh. Garrett almost sounded disappointed. Well, I said I would do it. I know. I appreciate it. Maybe another night. Okay, he said. He turned to remove his boots and set them by the door. Then he took his hat off and hung it on the hook in the entryway. He stopped and looked at her for a moment as if he wasn't sure what to say next. Elise jerked a thumb over her shoulder. I've got to get them ready for bed. She turned before he responded. She found Noah and Ethan each half-dressed and hanging from the top bunk. They sat up straight when they saw her walk in the room. Time for bed, boys. You were up early and worked hard today. Come on down and finish getting dressed. It was 30 minutes before she had them calmed down, teeth brushed and lying quietly in bed. She had prayed for them and told them good night before she stepped out of the room and closed the door. Oh, she gasped, and put her hand to her chest when she looked up to find Garrett standing in front of her. I didn't know you were in here. Garrett extended his arms in the air. Where else would I be? It's a small house. She shrugged. I thought maybe you went to shower or something. As she said it, her gaze wandered from his head down his body. His hair was wet, and he wore a t-shirt and a pair of athletic shorts. I did shower. He grinned. I don't take that long of a shower, though. She put her hand to her head. Yeah, they weren't as tired as I thought they were. There was still a lot of energy. Maybe they are overtired. Huh? Elise said, tilting her head. My mom used to say it all the time. Once we were tired, we might fall asleep, but if we pushed past that tired mark long enough, we got a second wind. She called it crazy tired. Then we were impossible. Crazy tired. Yep, that sounds right. Why don't you sit down? You might be crazy tired yourself. Elise took his suggestion and moved past him to the couch where she collapsed. No, I'm pretty sure I'm just tired. I could fall asleep right here. And Garrett sat on the other end of the couch and rubbed the back of his neck. I'm not sure I would recommend that. I'm still recovering from it. Elise turned towards him with her head leaned back on the couch. Not the most comfortable? He shook his head. Not for an entire night anyway. Maybe a nap. I'm sorry, Elise said, the guilt creeping up again. He held a hand up. No, I wasn't trying to make you feel bad. I didn't even mean to say it really. I didn't mind. Elise sucked in a big breath and pursed her lips together as she blew it out. How was your day? She asked, hoping to keep the subject away from their sleeping arrangements. Pretty good. A lot of the usual. But after a few days away, it was nice to get back in the saddle again. Elise was quiet for a moment. Then a question she had never asked came to her. Did you ever think about doing anything else? She asked. Garrett laced his fingers together and tucked them behind his head as he leaned back. Well, for a little while, I considered a career as a professional hunter and fisherman. Really? He chuckled. Kind of. I loved hunting and fishing, and I wouldn't mind doing it all the time. But it takes more than just being skilled at it. You have to have the kind of personality that sponsors want to pay to show people. That's not exactly me. Elise smiled. I like your personality, but I can't picture you doing interviews with a camera in your face. Garrett grimaced. Yeah, I would probably get in trouble. Cowboying is more your speed. No one expects you to dress up and talk to people about how you do your job. Are you saying you don't think I get dressed up? You're not a fan of plaid shirts and well-worn jeans? I didn't say that. Elise's pulse picked up at the thought of just how much she liked the sight of him in his work attire. I like that you're happy with your job, and that you don't concern yourself too much with looks. He shrugged. The cows don't seem to care that much. Elise laughed. No, I'm sure they don't. Garrett's forehead creased, and she could sense a subject change coming up. Speaking of work attire, are you still hoping you'll go to work wearing scrubs one day? Elise sighed and looked away from him. I don't know. It would take a lot of time away from the boys to finish my degree and take my boards. And then I don't know what kind of job I would get that would allow me to drop them off and pick them up at school, not to mention summers. It's something I wanted to do. She shrugged. But my life has changed, and I don't know if that's still in my future. Garrett nodded slowly as if he was thinking about it. I just want you to decide if it's something you want. Don't think about if it's feasible or how much time it will take. If you want to do it, we will make it happen. There's a lot of people around here, and kids too. In the Macklin family, we learn to help each other out. If you need time to go to school or help with the boys, then I'm here, and so is everyone else. Elise watched his facial expression as he spoke, and she blinked back tears. No one she knew was more committed to the people in his life. When he said they were part of the family, he meant it. Thank you, Garrett. I'm still not sure what I want now, but I promise to think about it. Just keep me up to date, he said. I can't help if I don't know what you need. Elise nodded and swallowed to keep the emotions at bay. Right now, I think what I need is to get some sleep. She stood, and Garrett did the same. I'm not sure I'll be up before you tomorrow, though. I promise to let you sleep. Elise gave him a faint smile, then turned and made her way to the bedroom. She wanted to be grateful that he cared enough to let her sleep. Still, her heart was heavy knowing that the man she called her husband was going to sleep and waking up in the same room, but so very far away. Chapter 18. Elise chewed at her bottom lip as she walked around the house. Mrs. Blockton made her way through each room, carrying her clipboard and making notes. And the boys will still be in the same school? Yes, ma'am. In fact, Garrett has nieces and nephews who live here on the ranch that attend the school too, Elise said. Mmm. Mrs. Blockton nodded and scribbled some more. And Mr. Macklin's income is sufficient for the four of you? Elise scrunched her forehead. What did her father-in-law's income have to do with them? Then it dawned on her. Oh, you mean Garrett? Yes. I have copies of his paychecks if you need to see them. She moved toward the drawer. Mrs. Blockton accepted the folder of paperwork Elise had prepared. I'll add it to your file. I included the boys' last report cards and a note from the pediatrician. Very good. And you said you're moving towards employment for yourself? Elise nodded. I've contacted the college about what I would need to do to finish my degree. Until I can pass my boards and look for a job as a nurse, I'll be working part-time here in the ranch office. There's information about that in the folder as well. She breathed a sigh of relief that she had a satisfactory answer to that question, and silently thanked God again for the Macklin family and how they were taking her in. Mrs. Blockton clicked her pen closed and tucked it into her clipboard. Mrs. Macklin, it looks like everything is in order. Now that you're married and settled, the department has no concerns about the welfare of the boys. We still have to answer the family member since she was interested in seeking custody. However, I feel sure once we tell her the boys are well taken care of, and she likely won't win since it would require removing them and moving across state lines, she will likely drop that case. Elise blinked rapidly, trying to keep away the tears. Thank you so much. Mrs. Blockton smiled for the first time Elise had ever seen. I'll give you a call after the decision is final, but I don't see any reason it will change. Elise nodded, unable to say anything else. She followed Mrs. Blockton to the door and opened it for her. She swallowed hard and gathered herself to say goodbye before closing the door behind her. She put her back to the door and slid down into the floor. Lacing her fingers together, she let the tears flow as she prayed, "Thank you, God." For several minutes, she let herself cry silently. She could hear the boys playing out behind the house, and it was music to her ears. They weren't going anywhere. Yes, their lives had changed forever with the loss of her parents, but she didn't have to lose her brothers. When she ran out of tears, she sniffed as she stood up. Before she did anything else, there was someone else she needed to thank. In the kitchen, she picked up her phone and pressed the button. Hey. Garrett sounded far away and a little winded. Hey, are you busy? She waited for a reply, but only heard muffled sounds. I can't hear you very well. There was another sound like wind blowing across the speaker, then a beep noise. Sorry, Garrett said, his voice finally clear. I had it on speaker and I was chasing a cow. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt, Elise said. No worries. What's up? Elise took a deep breath. I just wanted to call and tell you that Mrs. Blockton came to see the house today. Oh, really? Garrett sucked in a breath. I'm sorry. Did I leave a towel in the bathroom floor? Elise chuckled. I didn't see one, but thank you for being concerned. Everything was fine. So what did she say? Elise's eyes stung with tears again. She said everything looks good, and she believes the boys are taken care of. When she puts that in her report, she thinks my aunt will drop the case. Praise God, that's wonderful news, Elise. She wiped at her eyes. I know. I'm just so relieved. Me too. Now you don't have to worry about that. Thank you, Garrett. This is because of you. I don't know what I would have done if you hadn't shown up that day. There was a long pause. Elise wished she could see his face to know what he was thinking. He cleared his throat, and she wondered if he was holding back emotion. I'm just glad I could help, he said. You did it, though, Elise. You took care of the boys and got your family to this point. I'm happy I could step in, but you need to take the credit. Thank you. I hope you know how much I appreciate you. You were the answer to my prayer. There was another long pause. I just did what needed to be done. Yes, you did. Thank you for just being there. I'll let you get back to work now. Elise hung up and looked around the house. She had never imagined herself living in what was built to be a bachelor pad with Garrett and her two brothers. But at that moment, she had never been so thankful for anything. Chapter 19. I don't know about that, Garrett said. He stood with his hands on his hips inside the barn and looked between his brothers gathered there. It's a great idea, Jensen piped in. You wouldn't have to leave her behind. But it's a lot of work and travel. She would probably be bored. Jensen wiggled his eyebrows up and down as he looked between Garrett and Hawk. No way. What wife wouldn't want to spend time with her cowboy husband while he works? And you'll have a few nights at a hotel? Alone, without the boys. Garrett's mind raced to think how he could say no. Elise wouldn't want this. She was making it clear that she was doing her own thing, and he was sure she would say no. How would he explain that to his brothers? Any of them would love to have that time with their wife. I don't know. She isn't big on the idea of leaving the boys. Sawyer waved a hand in the air. Oh, they would have a blast. They could stay with us, or Jensen, or at the main house. And they could spend the days with our kids around here. Or Sierra could let them ride horses. Or they could just run around like wild bucks. He laughed. You know, like we did when we were kids. Garrett smiled. It would be so good for the boys. Elise was doing a great job, but they needed to run and play and get dirty. He couldn't think of any other excuses to say no to the trip. Okay, I'll ask her and see what she says. Hawk clapped his hands together. Perfect. Garrett furrowed his eyebrows. Why do you guys care so much? You're not actually getting anything out of this. Sure we do. We get a happy brother. And let's face it, before Elise, you were starting to get pretty grumpy in your old age. Old age? I'm 23. Yeah, but you act more like a grumpy old man. Trust me. We'll benefit from this trip and any other time you can spend with that wife of yours. Garrett shook his head and moved to his horse. If it's okay with y'all, I'd like to get to work now. Sure thing, Jensen said. You just pick up your phone and call Elise on your way out the door. Garrett rolled his eyes as he mounted, turning back to his brothers to give a little salute before heading out of the barn. He couldn't be mad at them, really. They only thought they were encouraging him to spend time with his wife. So why did it feel like he was being pushed into it? He should be thrilled for the chance to get away with her for a few days. But that wasn't their relationship. And he didn't know how Elise would respond. No way to know until he asked. Reaching in his back pocket, he pulled out his phone and hit the button to call her before he could change his mind. Hey, she answered after a few rings. Hey, how are you? He asked. Keeping his promise, he had made sure not to wake her that morning, so now part of the day had gone by without them even talking. Fine, she said. Good, he replied. Listen, I have to go out of town on Thursday. There's an auction in Abilene and Hawk can't go because Maggie has a doctor's appointment. I'll be gone Thursday until Saturday. Okay, I understand. That's nice for you to cover for him. Thanks for letting me know. He cleared his throat. Well, it's a little more than that. My brothers have suggested that we make it a little couple's road trip. Huh? Elise's voice sounded alarmed. What do you mean? They want me to take you along. They think it would be good, Alone time for us. Oh, well, I guess that sounds nice for a couple. But I have the boys to take care of. So you better just go. They've thought of that too. They've agreed to keep the boys. They can stay at one of the other houses and work and play with the kids while we're gone. Jensen's kids help out at the barn during the summer and weekends, so they're used to it. Right. Garrett could hear her flipping the pages of her notebook and knew she was looking for some other reason she couldn't go. There's just still a lot to do at the house. I know, but it's not going anywhere. Missing a couple of days isn't going to change it much. Garrett found himself really hoping she would go. At first, he just wanted her to say yes, so he didn't have to make excuses to the family. But it stung a little bit that she didn't want to go at all. Just think of it as a break for you. I know you haven't had one in months. Let my family take care of the boys and you can breathe a little. I promise to take you to the finest steakhouse in middle of nowhere, Texas. Elise sighed and he knew she was giving in. All right, I guess I can do that. Great. I'll let them know, so they can decide where the boys will stay. Don't forget to pack your formal dress for dinner. I'll get right on that, she said with sarcasm in her tone. Garrett smiled. Seriously, though, do pack boots and jeans. I don't have boots. Not the kind you mean anyway. You don't own boots? Aren't you from Texas? Yes, but I didn't live on a ranch before. Well, you do now. Don't worry, we'll take care of that detail before we leave. Can't have you living as a rancher's wife with no boots. It's unheard of. I'll go look for some this afternoon. I wouldn't want to embarrass you. Now, I didn't say that. I'm sure you'll look great in boots, but you're never an embarrassment to me. Thanks, she said quietly. I'll let you go. I'm sure you have a lot to do. Okay. Have a good day. Bye, Garrett. Bye, Elise. He hung up feeling happy that she was going on the trip with him. Sure, maybe there would be some awkward moments, but she deserved a break, and he could give that to her. And he found that he was truly looking forward to spending the time with her. Alone. Chapter 20. Thursday morning arrived much quicker than Elise could have imagined. She'd managed to spend as much time as possible at her parents' house and avoided seeing Garrett for more than a few minutes here and there. Now she stood outside the main house, hugging the boys goodbye and preparing to spend 3 entire days with just him. She could scarcely take a full breath thinking about it. It was one thing living in the same house, trying to move around each other, and having the boys as a buffer. Now, she would have no buffer and nowhere to go. Lydia was hovering over Ethan and Noah, telling them all about the fun they would have. It would be nice for them to have a grandmother figure to spoil them. Elise knew she wouldn't have anything to worry about with the entire Macklin family watching over them. Now, Elise. Lydia came forward and gave her a quick hug. We'll take care of everything. You just enjoy yourself. Elise forced a smile. I'll try. Thank you so much for doing this. Lydia swiped her hand in the air. Oh, it's nothing. We're family now, and that includes Noah and Ethan. Elise nodded before the tears could surface. Boys, be good, she called one last time before she turned to find Garrett waiting on her side with the truck door open. Thank you, she said quietly as she climbed in and buckled up. Garrett walked in front of the truck and lifted his hand in a final wave to everyone on the porch. He got in on his side and turned the key. He glanced at Elise but didn't say anything as they started down the driveway. She turned and looked out the window. How were they going to pass the next several hours? Just before they left the Macklin property, Garrett stopped and put the truck in park. Elise turned and looked at him, surprised. I thought we would pray before we leave. Oh, she said. All right. She folded her hands and closed her eyes as she bowed her head. After a moment of silence, Garrett reached over and tugged one of her hands loose and gripped it in his. Dear God, thank you for today. Thank you for my work that you have laid out before me, and for how it provides for us. Thank you for my family and them being willing to take care of the boys for a few days. Keep them safe and watch over them while we're gone. Be with us now as we travel. Keep us safe and help us to have a good time and good conversation. Amen. Amen, Elise said, opening her eyes to look at their linked hands. Garrett held on just a moment longer before pulling away to put the truck in gear. She couldn't help but notice that when he said, "my family," he meant his parents and brothers. "Want to listen to music?" Garrett asked. She lifted one shoulder. "If you want to. I've gotten used to letting the boys pick. But they think I'm a human jukebox. So I'm fine if you pick something and just let it play." Garrett grinned. "I'm pretty simple in that department. I'm an old-school George Strait fan, and I don't even know how to use the music player on my phone. It's strictly CDs in this truck." Elise chuckled. "That sounds just fine." He reached up and pushed the power button, and guitar strumming sounded through the speakers. "Did you eat breakfast?" he asked. "Yes, I ate with the boys before we left." Garrett cut his eyes at her. "You mean cereal?" "Yeah. That's not breakfast. Didn't you know Mom had biscuits and gravy at the house?" Elise bit her lip. "I didn't want to intrude. We're used to cereal and fruit." "But she makes breakfast every morning. She's dwindled the amount some since half the brothers are married. She would love to have you and the boys there to eat." "Okay, maybe sometimes. But if the other wives make breakfast, shouldn't I?" Garrett rubbed his chin as if he hadn't thought of that. "Have you been eating breakfast at their house every morning?" Elise asked. Garrett didn't answer, but a guilty look hung on his features. "What will your mom think of me? Sending you off without breakfast in the morning?" "She'll think that you've been handling things on your own for a while now, and you could use some help." "You've helped me, Garrett. You've done the biggest thing I've ever asked for without a word of complaint. You don't have to keep trying to do that." "Doing what?" "I don't know. Just trying to, you know, do everything for me." "I'm not trying to do everything for you. But I'm trying to be helpful because we're together now. I told you I made a commitment. And I would follow through. That means helping you however I can. Besides, what would my parents think if I didn't take care of you?" "Maybe the same thing your mom thinks of me for not making you breakfast." Elise gave him a pointed look. "Touché," Garrett said, playfully pointing his index finger at her. "So what kinds of things will you fix me for breakfast?" "I don't know. Maybe I'll ask your mom if I can come to breakfast for a while to learn from her." Elise grinned slightly wickedly. Garrett smiled back at her. "Sounds like a great idea." Garrett couldn't believe how he was enjoying himself. He and Elise hadn't spent this long just talking since they were in high school. Every once in a while he saw glimpses of the girl he had known back then. She looked the same, but so much had changed since then. "Do you remember the summer before our senior year when we all took that trip to the lake?" Garrett asked. "Absolutely, I do. Wasn't that when Jordan and Luke decided everyone should jump off that bridge?" "Oh yeah, that was amazing. But you didn't jump, did you?" Garrett asked. "No, I was the responsible one who stayed behind to watch the boat," Elise said, lifting her chin in the air. "Even though you didn't have a boat license or know how to get back to the marina?" "Well, yeah." Garrett laughed. "Super responsible to help out by planning to drive without a license." "I wasn't exactly planning to drive. I was going to call for help." "Okay, I guess that makes sense. I'm glad someone thought of that, even though we didn't need it. We were a little crazy." "I was used to all of those crazy ideas by then. You and your friends were always coming up with those things to try." Garrett rubbed the back of his head. "Yeah, I guess we were. Honestly, I was so used to your jokes and stunts. That's what I thought you were doing when you asked me to prom." Garrett sucked in a breath as he cut his eyes at her. She bit her lip and looked down as if she hadn't really meant to say that. She waved a hand in the air. We don't have to talk about that, though. What do you mean? You didn't really think it was a joke, did you? Um, well, yes. Kind of. I mean, I knew we were friends, and we could go together as friends, but you said it in front of the other guys, and I didn't think you were serious. When they egged you on, I thought maybe they put you up to it as a prank, to see what I would say. I would never do that, Garrett said, feeling sick to his stomach. I didn't think you did it to be mean. Just a little joke since you had never asked a date to any of the dances before. I'm sorry you thought that even for a second. I considered you a good friend, and I didn't want to miss out on my senior prom. My mom would die if I didn't go, or if I went alone. I just thought it would be fun for us to go together since you weren't part of a couple either. Elise tucked a hair behind her ear as she looked out the window. I know. I'm sorry I brought it up. Don't be sorry. I just hate that you would think that. There wasn't anyone else I wanted to go with. He cleared his throat, remembering the pain at the end of that night. I had a good time at the dance with you. Elise turned and looked at him. You mean, until we left? Garrett grimaced. I mean, I had a good time. That's all I wanted to say. I had a good time at prom, too, she admitted. I've always been sorry for what I said afterward. He took a deep breath and blew it out. I'm not sorry you said it. I just didn't expect it. He thought back to that night as he stopped in her parents' driveway and turned to look at her. I just thought we were friends, and we could go on being friends. Then you said, I have feelings for you, Garrett, and my whole world flipped upside down. I know. I wouldn't have said it, but I thought maybe you were feeling something too, and it might be my only chance to say it. He sighed. I know. I was having such a fun time, and we had spent a lot of time together that year. But it scared me to know you wanted more than friendship. I already knew I wanted to work on the ranch for the rest of my life, and I didn't plan to fall for someone or get married. You were going to go off to school, and I just knew that if we started having feelings and getting involved, one or both of us would get hurt. I didn't want to hurt you, and I didn't want to lose the friendship that we had. He squeezed his eyes closed for the briefest moment before focusing on the road again. Watching the lines speed by was the only way he could get the words out. And then, I hurt you anyway. I've been sorry about that ever since. Garrett. Elise put her hand on his arm. You don't have to feel bad about that anymore. I've had a lot of time to think about it, and I don't hold it against you. It wasn't your fault anyway. You were clear about what you wanted. I was the one who held out hope that our friendship could turn into something more. Garrett risked stealing a glance at her. His voice was low, and his heart raced as he asked, Do you still hope for that? Elise didn't speak, and turned her face toward the window so he couldn't see her expression. Several moments passed in silence before he reached for her hand. Elise? He prodded. She turned slightly to look at him, but her voice was tense when she spoke. Please don't make me answer that question. Okay, Garrett said. But as he did, something changed inside his heart. She had wanted to be with him all those years ago. If he had given it the smallest chance, maybe everything would have turned out differently. What if he could have been with her for the death of her parents? And what if she never had to take care of the boys alone? He was there now, but what had he missed out on? He held onto her hand and she didn't pull away. A new hope started deep in his heart. What if he was just now finding what he never knew he wanted? Chapter 21. Elise kept a short distance from Garrett as they walked into the hotel. She slowly dragged her suitcase behind her as she followed his long strides through the lobby. Glancing around, she took in the small, indistinct room. They had stopped just before they got to what Garrett called middle of nowhere Texas, so they had a decent place to stay, he said. Hello, sir, the clerk behind the counter said. Checking in? Yes, sir, Garrett answered in his Texas drawl that would have made Elise swoon if she wasn't trying so hard not to let herself think about him. Garrett Macklin. The clerk made a few quick keystrokes. Yes, sir. I see your reservation here. He looked more closely at the screen, and then his eyebrows shot up and his smile grew. Oh, yes. I see you're celebrating your new marriage. Congratulations. Oh. Garrett glanced back at Elise, and her mouth fell slightly open. Yes, that's right. He looked at her. Katie set up the reservation. She must have told them. Elise's heart sank. On the way, Garrett had told her they had a reservation, but he would get her her own room if that's what she wanted. Now they couldn't get away with that. We have a welcome gift for you in your room, the clerk went on, oblivious to her discomfort. He slid 2 card keys across the counter. You're in the suite on the 3rd floor. The elevator is down the hall on the left. Please let us know if you need anything during your stay. Thank you, Garrett said, slowly taking the keys and sticking them in his back pocket. He turned and shrugged as he looked at Elise before making his way toward the elevator. Elise followed, taking deep breaths along the way. As the elevator doors closed, Garrett spoke. He said, "Sweet. That sounds nice. Katie must have wanted us to have something special this weekend. Usually, we just get the simple 2 beds and a bathroom." Mm-hmm, Elise said, wishing desperately that they were staying in a room with 2 beds. Garrett moved down the hallway and opened the door before Elise reached it. He walked in and held the door open for her. As she walked in, she heard him say, "Oh my." Elise stopped just inside as the door swung shut behind her. Her mouth fell open at the sight. The room was spacious with a king bed and a couple of armchairs in a seating area. But it wasn't the size that surprised her. Multiple flower bouquets were placed around the room, and a collection of white balloons floated in the corner. "Best wishes to the bride and groom," one of them read. Garrett moved forward into the room and picked up a card. "Open the fridge," he read. Looking at Elise, he shrugged, then opened the mini fridge. "Oh, wow," he said again. "There's cake and ice cream, and it looks like a bottle of champagne." He reached in and pulled it out. It says, "Cheers to your new marriage." Just then, Elise's phone rang and she reached for her pocket. Katie's name came up on the screen. Her heart skipped a beat, thinking something must have happened with the boys. "Hello?" she said hurriedly. "Hi!" Katie squealed. "Have you seen it yet?" "Oh," Elise breathed out in relief. "The room?" "Yes. We're here now." "Oh, I hope you like it. I don't want to keep you, but I have to let you in on the surprise now. Can you put your phone on speaker so Garrett can hear?" "Sure." Elise pulled the phone away from her ear and pressed the button. "Go ahead, Katie." "Hey guys, we hope you like your surprise." "Thanks, Katie. We really appreciate this." "You didn't have to do it," Garrett said. "There's one more thing I need to tell you, and then I'll leave you alone." Katie sounded absolutely giddy. Elise braced herself for whatever the piece of news was. "You don't have to go to an auction," Katie said. "What?" Garrett moved toward the phone, his forehead creased in confusion. "It was the guy's idea. We made the whole thing up. There's no auction. We just knew you wouldn't leave town unless you thought there was something work-related. So we booked the hotel in that direction, but you don't have to go anywhere. You have 2 nights to spend there, and there are plenty of restaurants and shops nearby. All you need to do is enjoy yourselves." Garrett and Elise remained silent, and she kept her gaze pointed at the floor. "Did you hear me?" Katie asked after the long pause. "Yeah, sure did," Garrett answered. "I guess we're just in shock. Thanks, Katie. Tell everyone else for us too. We'll let you go." "All right, enjoy," Katie said, then disconnected the call. Garrett stepped back and stuffed his hands in his back pockets. "Well," he said. Elise crossed her arms in front of her. "Yes, well, I can't believe they did that." "Me either. I don't know whether to be grateful they care or mad that they tricked me to leave the ranch." "I guess they really know you," If they had told you, you wouldn't take it off as a vacation. Garrett furrowed his eyebrows. I've taken a vacation. Oh? When? Katie stared him in the face. Well, you know. They already made me take off 2 days after the wedding. Elise's heart stung. Most people take off more than 2 days when they get married. No, they weren't normal people getting married, but somehow it still hurt that he didn't want to spend time with her more than he wanted to work. Garrett scratched the back of his head with his hand. So what do you want to do? He asked. We could get something to eat, I guess. Katie sighed and lifted her palms to the ceiling as she shrugged. Sure, I'll look up what kind of places there are. We can't go anywhere too fancy. I only brought clothes to go to a cattle auction. Yeah, sorry about that. But we don't need something fancy. I'm good with whatever you want to eat. Elise almost said she would be fine if they picked up something at a drive-thru, but stopped herself since that would only mean more time alone in this lovely hotel room. Okay, I'll find somewhere to go. She moved to the seating area and sat down as she pulled up a map on her phone showing nearby restaurants. Mexican? Chinese? Italian? Garrett ruffled his nose. I'm not big on Chinese, and we eat Mexican food more often than anything. I've never eaten much Italian, at least not at a restaurant. If you like it, we can try that. Elise scrolled through the options and found an Italian restaurant just a few minutes away that had good reviews. We can go to this place. She flipped her phone around and Garrett leaned close to inspect it. Fine by me, he said. Do you need to freshen up before we go? Elise looked down at her faded t-shirt and denim shorts. He must think she looked like a total mess. She hadn't even worn makeup that morning since they were just going to be in the truck for a few hours. They had stopped for lunch at a truck stop, and she fit right in. Sure, I think I'll change clothes. She stood and grabbed her suitcase, then pulled it into the oversized bathroom with her. Closing the door, she put both hands on the back of the door and leaned over as she took several deep breaths. What in the world were they going to do for the next few days? The only thing she knew they weren't going to be doing was the thing everyone had sent them away for. Maybe there was a museum or a movie theater or somewhere they could go to waste a few hours. She would focus on that when they got back from dinner. With that decided, she unzipped her suitcase and began to pull out what she needed. Glancing at her watch, she saw that it was still a little early for dinner. Maybe she had time for a shower. She'd gotten up and dressed this morning and had only hurried to rinse off. She turned around and quietly gasped when she saw the large frameless glass shower. The tile was gorgeous, and there were 2 shower heads. Her face flushed with heat at the thought of what some couples would do with that. Her gaze drifted over to the garden tub with 2 white towels draped over the side and a plate with chocolates and 2 wine glasses. Elise put her hands to her face, taking it all in. Then she jumped into action and quickly stashed the glasses and plate in the bottom of the bathroom cabinet out of sight. The chocolates she scooped up and stuffed into the front pocket of her suitcase. No need for those to go to waste. After that, she showered in the luxurious water. Lately, she had been rushing through the shower to leave before Garrett or to be done before he got home. As long as they had time, and as long as the door was locked, she could take a nice long shower. When she had toweled off, she pulled out the nicest jeans and top she had brought with her. It was a simple outfit, but it was clean, and definitely a step up from her old t-shirt. She took the time to dry her hair and put on a light amount of makeup. Finally, she stepped out of the bathroom. Garrett sat in one of the chairs trying to work the remote, but he turned to look at the sound of the door opening. Wow, he said. You look great. Elise self-consciously ran her hand through her hair. When was the last time she had fixed it and put on makeup? Of course, she had looked nice for the wedding ceremony, but she had been busy since and hadn't done much for herself. Thanks, she said. Are you ready to go? She asked, nervous to be standing in this room with him. He stood and brushed his hands down his jeans. Sure, let's go get some Italian. Chapter 22. Garrett closely watched Elise as they walked into the restaurant. She had been very quiet since the reveal of the suite and the news that they didn't have to go to an auction. He couldn't really say what his emotion was. On the one hand, it was so nice for his family to do this for them and surprise them. On the other hand, this wasn't what they wanted, and he could have been helpful on the ranch. Guilt swirled in his gut, knowing his brothers thought they were doing something special for them. They had no idea they only sent them on an awkward weekend. He followed behind Elise as the hostess led them to a table. When he sat across from her, he could see the worry in her eyes. Without looking at the menu, he set it down on the table. "What's wrong?" he asked. Elise's eyes grew wide. "How can you ask that? Your family sent us off here to have a private weekend together. They don't have a clue that it isn't necessary. That we're married, but we're not a real couple. We don't need alone time, and we certainly don't need a fancy hotel to spend time together." Garrett stared at her, speechless for a few moments. He knew she was echoing his own thoughts. "We could look at it another way," he said. Elise threw her hands up in the air. "What other way is there to see it?" "Well, to be honest, I was kind of upset too. I could be at home working. There's no end to stuff that needs to be done. For you, I think it's a nice break. But you might be wrong." "About what?" "Maybe we do need some time together alone." Elise looked up at him. She didn't look convinced. "Why?" "Because we're married. But we're not married in the way that we need time alone." "Actually, we are. We have known each other our whole lives, but we've been apart for a while. Now, we rushed things and went on a few dates so people would see us together and make our quick marriage believable. But the truth is, we haven't spent much time together, and we don't know each other as adults very well. I told you, I'm committed to this marriage. I have no plans for this to be a temporary thing. If we're going to spend the rest of our lives together, we can't keep passing in the night." Elise looked away and folded her arms in front of her. "You don't think I've noticed that you avoid me?" Elise's eyes snapped back to his. But her voice trailed off. "No, I hoped it wasn't so obvious. But you're busy with work too. Like you said, there's no end to it, and you're happy to keep working until you fall asleep at night." Garrett slowly nodded as he ran his fingers through his hair. "You're right. I do like work. And it's easy for me to just stay out there with my horse working until the day is done. I'm sorry if I've been too busy." "But you don't have to apologize. I told you I have no expectations of you." "Maybe it's time for that to change." Garrett reached across the table and took her hands in his. "I don't want you to have zero expectations. We made a commitment, and I agreed to be your husband, not just a guy that you share a house with. Let's take the opportunity this weekend to get to know each other again. We can spend time talking about how we can be there for each other and learn to be the couple we said we would be in our vows." Elise bit her lip. "I'm not sure I'm ready for that." "I'm not asking for anything you're uncomfortable with. Let's just see what it's like to spend time together, talk, and act like a couple who wants to be together." "I guess I could do that," Elise said. "Good, I think so too," Garrett said. He picked up his menu. "Now let's do what a normal married couple would do and order food and enjoy a dinner out." Elise nodded and began to study her own menu. "What do you like to eat at Italian restaurants?" "I really haven't been to eat at one in a long time. My parents had a favorite one in Timberline. That was their date night spot." "That's nice that they had a special place." Elise smiled. "I always thought it was cute. I'm sure it was a little hole in the wall, but they loved it and enjoyed going together." "That's what matters. I don't remember my parents going to a specific restaurant." "Your dad probably liked your mom's cooking more than any restaurant." Garrett laughed. "That's true. I do remember that they would go on date nights where they just went for a drive, or they would go for a moonlit horse ride. Those were Mom's favorites." "That sounds nice." "When was the last time you rode a horse?" Elise tilted her head as she considered the question. I don't know exactly. It's been a long time. Maybe when we were in high school. Remember when we would come out on Saturdays and go for rides? Sure do. The Macklin boys always liked to act like the pros telling everybody what to do. Garrett held up his hands. Hey, can you blame us? We've all been riding practically since we were born. I know, but you didn't have to be so competitive about it. Garrett snorted. Have you met us? Competitive is our middle name, but you're distracting me from the point. When we're back home, would you like to go for a ride? Her face lit up. Actually, yes, I would. I was a little jealous that the boys were going to ride while we're gone. Elise, you live on a ranch now. All you have to do is ask. Good thing I bought those cowboy boots then, she said. You did. Garrett's eyes flew wide open. I was going to take you to buy some. He leaned over and glanced under the table. You're not wearing them? At number I was saving them for tomorrow when we went to the auction. She shrugged and cut her eyes away from him. I guess I wanted to surprise you. Well, I am surprised. And when you put them on, I'll pretend to be surprised again. Elise let out a giggle, and she looked and sounded so much like the girl he had known all his life. The waitress came then and took their orders. The rest of the dinner felt comfortable as Elise let herself chat with ease. Garrett smiled the whole time. He'd never known he could enjoy the company of a beautiful woman so much. Chapter 23. After dinner, Elise followed Garrett's lead when he suggested they go for a walk around some of the shops. She tried to convince herself to relax at dinner and enjoy herself. It had worked a little bit, although she still wasn't sure how this was supposed to work. How could she act casual on a date with her husband who she didn't actually date before they were married? It's strange seeing you in a shopping center, she said to Garrett. Oh? Why? You don't seem like the shopping type. You're not wrong about that, Garrett chuckled. But I can learn new things, especially with good company. Elise felt her cheeks flush with heat at his compliment. Would she get used to him like this? She tried not to think about it as they wandered in and out of a few more stores. She wasn't really looking for much of anything, and if she admitted it, she wasn't much of a shopper either. She had always known she and Garrett were a good match. When they ran out of things to look at, they returned to the hotel room. Garrett had suggested that they stop for snacks, so they entered the room with arms laden with chips, cookies, and soft drinks. Want to watch a movie? Garrett asked. Sure, Elise responded. What kind of movies do you watch? She asked with a furrowed brow. Garrett sank into the couch and turned to look at her. Well, as a matter of fact, I don't really watch very many movies. You don't say, Elise teased him. Garrett grinned. Well, you know in all my leisure time. Elise laughed as she took a seat on the couch next to him. I haven't watched many myself lately, unless it's a cartoon that the boys want to watch. Honestly, by the time they go to bed, I'm too tired to focus on anything for very long. I know all about that. But this is supposed to be a vacation, and it's still pretty early. Elise nodded. Yeah, maybe I can manage to stay awake. Her insides churned at the thought of going to bed and what that would entail. It made her want to watch as many movies as possible to stay awake. After scrolling through some options, they agreed on a comedy, and Garrett started the movie. Do you mind passing the chips? Elise handed him the bag. Do you like chips? You don't keep them in your house. I do like them. A little too much, actually. That's why I don't buy them regularly. Oh, I see. Got to keep up that cowboy figure, right? Elise said. Garrett chuckled. Not so much for looks, but my horse appreciates it. Elise smiled as she reached into the bag to grab her own handful. I try not to buy them either, not because I have a horse to ride, but because if I buy a bag of chips, the boys eat the entire thing in one sitting. It's too expensive for me to keep up that habit. If you can manage to keep them out of my reach, I'll be happy to supply the boys with the chips. Growing boys need something to fill their stomachs. So far, your mom is helping with that. I'm planning to ask her to let me come learn to cook from her when we get back. Of course she will. She used to be really big on keeping all her recipes a secret, but now that she has daughters-in-law to share them with, she seems to be happy to let them go. I'm happy to learn. My mom was a decent cook, but she made simple meals, and she didn't ask me to help very much. I don't think she meant to. She was just concerned about letting me do my own thing and focusing on school, but I think she would be very happy. No, make that probably a little jealous, that I am learning to cook from the great Lydia Macklin. I know she would be proud of you, Garrett said. Elise smiled at him and settled in, and they fell into comfortable silence as the film began. When Elise felt like they had consumed their proper amount of chips, she took the bag and set it far away from Garrett. He didn't say anything, but gave her a smile and a wink. Just as Elise moved to sit back on the couch, Garrett stretched his arm out across the back. Elise's heart raced as she leaned back into his arm, and he placed his hand on her shoulder. She told herself to keep breathing in and out as her eyes locked on the screen, but she couldn't focus on the movie anymore. How many times had she wished to sit on the couch with Garrett Macklin in this exact way? Was his heart pounding in the same way that hers was? Did he feel the same thing that she felt? Was this what he wanted, or was he forcing himself to be close to her? They stayed like that for a while, until Elise excused herself to go to the bathroom. Just like earlier this afternoon, she stared at herself in the mirror. Did she even recognize who she was? 6 months ago, she was working on her college degree. It had all seemed so stressful then. Now it sounded easy. Her parents were helping her with college. She didn't work a job during the semester, and she truly had no other responsibilities besides going to class and studying. How had she thought that all of that was so hard, when now she was solely responsible for 2 tiny humans, a household, and so much more? And more than that, she was a wife. An unconventional one, maybe, but a wife nonetheless. And now her husband, the man she had always dreamed about being with, actually wanted to be a real couple. She leaned her elbows on the bathroom counter and let her face fall into her hands. God, she whispered, help me. I don't know that I have asked for help very much over the last few months. Maybe, at first, after my parents died. Back then I didn't know which way was up, and I begged and pleaded with you to help me get through every day. But since then, I've been trying to do everything on my own, and that didn't go so well. The boys and I were struggling, and the finances were not good. I know I prayed for help that day, and you sent me Garrett. He was an answer to prayer. But all those years ago, when I was a teenager, I prayed that he would like me, that he would want to be more than friends with me, and that didn't go well either. Now here we are. We are actually married. And it's nothing like I ever would have imagined it would be. But God, you created marriage, and we made a commitment to each other to be married and to stay married. We will keep that commitment before you, but Lord, if you have more than just a commitment, more than just an agreement on a piece of paper for me and Garrett, then help me to follow you. I locked up my heart against Garrett Macklin a long time ago, so it seems a little bit hard to let him in now. But if that's what you have for us, if you have a love for me and for Garrett, I pray that you would open my heart again to him. Please protect my heart, Lord. I've always wanted this, and now it seems scary. So help me, please help me, God, to know what to do. Again, she stood and looked at herself in the mirror. She looked the same, but she knew that something had changed in her heart. She could only hope that something was changing in Garrett's heart, too. Garrett glanced over his shoulder as Elise made her way back into the seating area of the hotel room. Do you want me to rewind it? Elise waved a hand in the air. No, that's all right. I'm sure I can catch up. He nodded as she moved towards him and took a seat. He had sensed that she was nervous earlier. Maybe he was pushing too hard. They had agreed to be married and committed, but not in a true relationship. He wanted to take things slow, but shouldn't they know that there was no way they could be married and not have a relationship with each other? Now that he thought about it, the idea was completely ridiculous. Of course, he was the one who had never wanted to be married. So it was Elise who was making a sacrifice for him to be in what she assumed would be a loveless marriage. But did it have to be that way? If something was going to change, he knew it was up to him. She had put her heart on the line once when she told him she had feelings for him, and she wouldn't do it again if she thought there would not be reciprocation. His heart ricocheted against his chest as he thought of those words. Did he want to reciprocate? Did he want to admit that he had feelings for Elise? They had gotten along so well as teenagers, and if he had been the one to step up and say that they should be something more, they would have been together a long time ago. As she sat next to him on the couch, she kept only inches between them. But as he glanced over, he saw that her hand was extended between them, almost as if she was just waiting for him to reach out and make the connection. His mind swirled with the world of possibilities that he had never seen before. She had always been there, always waiting for him to be the one to make the connection. She had only spoken up once, and then she had let it go for all of those years. And now, he was ready. Slowly and intentionally, he reached for her hand. He grazed his fingers down her arm and then laced them with hers. His eyes were no longer on the TV screen, but on her face. He watched as she slowly closed her eyes and smiled. Then she turned and looked at him. She grasped his fingers tightly as she spoke. "I've been waiting a very long time for this." Garrett nodded slowly. "I know. I'm sorry it took me so long." She smiled, but there were no other words between them. Just now, there didn't have to be. Chapter 24. Elise woke the next morning and found herself clinging to the side of the bed. As cozy as they had been on the couch while they watched the movie the night before, she had all but panicked when it was time to go to bed. Garrett hadn't been pushy, and she was sure that he wasn't going to do anything to make her uncomfortable. But he didn't have to. She was plenty uncomfortable enough on her own. She had dressed in the most modest pajamas that she had brought along, but she had also been prepared to sleep in her own hotel room alone. She was thankful that Garrett was already on his own side of the bed snoring when she exited the bathroom after brushing her teeth. Quietly, she had padded across the room and tried to slip into the edge of the bed without disturbing him. Was he really so unworried that he was able to fall right to sleep, knowing she was going to be sleeping in the same bed with him? Or was it possible he had forced himself to go to sleep, so he didn't have to think about it? Either way, Elise was jealous. She would spend the next hour trying to go to sleep, listening to her husband snore the night away, while she desperately tried to keep her distance from him. Just because she had changed her heart towards him didn't mean she was ready for anything physical, and she didn't want to encourage him by moving any closer than she had to. As she opened her eyes in the morning light, she noticed that she did not hear the sound of Garrett snoring, a sound she had become used to hearing over the last couple of weeks. Slowly, she turned her head to glance over her shoulder and saw that he was no longer in the bed. Relieved, she sat up, keeping the covers pulled up tightly to her chest. As she listened, she heard the sound of water running in the bathroom. Quickly, she jumped out of bed and moved to her suitcase, straining her ear to make sure that she still heard the sound of the shower. She discreetly dressed in jeans and the shirt she had planned to wear to the auction. She still hated the fact that she hadn't packed anything else to wear. She knew it was necessary to get them out away from the ranch, and she would have been the first one to stay home if she had known. But she sure wished that Katie would have let her in on the secret so that she would be better prepared for this trip. She was just brushing out her hair when she heard the sound of the shower turn off. Only a few minutes later, Garrett emerged from the bathroom. "Good morning," Garrett said. "Did you sleep okay?" Fine, Elise said. It was a bit of a fib. It's a very comfortable bed. That part was true, although why she said it, she couldn't be sure. Most newlywed couples probably weren't extremely concerned about the convenience of a hotel bed. Garrett nodded in agreement. I'm sure it's much better than a mattress on the floor. Elise wanted to agree, but she didn't dare risk changing her sleeping arrangement back at home. Sleeping in a large, king-sized hotel room bed was much different than sharing the small bed in Garrett's house. I don't mind either one. I was out like a light. You would think I wouldn't be too tired after what was an easy day compared to working on the ranch. Elise shrugged. I don't know. My dad always said that driving made him tired, and he slept great on vacation. My mom was the one who would struggle. She always said she didn't like sleeping in a strange bed. I guess I'm one of those people who could sleep anywhere, but then again, I've never done much traveling. So if, by anywhere, you can count a bale of hay, then you say that about me. Elise laughed. Most people could not fall asleep on a bale of hay, so I'm pretty sure that is the epitome of anywhere. Did you ever want to travel, though? Garrett shrugged. I don't know. We didn't get a whole lot of chances growing up. You know, my dad was growing the ranch back then, and we really didn't have a lot of money. What about you? Do you have a dream travel destination? Elise didn't miss a beat. I've always wanted to go on a cruise. Garrett seemed taken aback. Really? A cruise? Yeah. They just seem so fun, and you can visit beaches and lay out on the deck by the pool at sea. Plus, it's all the food you can eat. Garrett pointed an index finger at her. Now that I could get on board with. I have always heard that the way to a guy's heart is through his stomach. Garrett laughed. I don't know about that, but if you're going to get me to go on vacation and I'm saying, that's a big if, then one with good food would be at the top of my list. Elise put her hands on her hips. What about your horse? I thought you were concerned about your weight with him. Garrett rubbed his chin. That's true. I didn't say I would have to eat a lot of food, just that it would be good. It sure would be terrible to go on vacation and eat subpar food when I could stay at home and eat delicious homemade cooking all the time. Elise waved a hand in the air. Don't worry, I'm not asking you to go on any vacations. I know your heart is at Whispering Oaks Ranch. If you're happier at home than on vacation, then that's where you should be. Garrett tilted his head and gave her the kindest, most genuine smile she had ever seen. I like the sound of that. And Elise, if you can consider Whispering Oaks Ranch your home, then I think maybe I never want to leave. Chapter 25. Garrett's boots thudded against the familiar hardwood floors of his own house as he carried the luggage in from the truck. Elise was close behind him, carrying in the trash from their fast food lunch. They had gotten up early that morning and left to drive home. He knew that his brothers, and their wives particularly, would have wanted them to stay gone longer, but Elise was feeling anxious about the boys. Garrett also ached to be home. Home had a different meaning after the last 2 days with Elise. Nothing miraculous happened on their trip, except that everything had changed. From the first night when they had gone to the restaurant, and Elise was nervous and uncomfortable to last night before they left, when they had walked to dinner hand in hand, talking about everything and nothing. As much as he enjoyed the time away, he wanted to be at home with her. Yes, the trip had been a game changer for them, but where they needed to build their life was on the ranch. It was time for them to learn each other in their own space, with the boys there, with the Macklin family there, and with the life that they were going to live for the rest of their lives. Garrett dropped the luggage and turned to catch Elise's hand in his. He pulled her into his embrace and wrapped his arms around her. Welcome home, he said. Elise looked up at him and smiled. Welcome home. Garrett stared into her eyes then. Somehow she looked so different than the woman he had left here with just 2 days ago. More like the girl he had known growing up, but different still. In some ways, she was a completely new person that he had never known before. The girl he had known before was his friend, someone he was familiar with, and had always known. But the woman who stood before him now was his wife. He let his gaze travel from her eyes down to her lips. They were so close. It would only take a few inches to close the distance between them. And maybe he could. They had grown close over the last 2 days. But no, not yet. He knew that he wanted that to be more than a moment standing in the kitchen. He wanted it to be special. He wanted it to be everything. He set his chin on top of her head and gave her one more tight squeeze before he released her and stepped back. So, what's on the agenda for the rest of the day? He figured the best way to keep his emotions at bay was to move into practical mode. Elise lifted her palms to the ceiling and shrugged. I don't really have plans. We need to go get the boys. And I'm sure there is some kind of work to be done. She winked at him. Garrett held his hands up in the air as if he was innocent. No, I was made to promise that I would not even get on a horse today. My brothers won't even be happy that I'm already back. You can blame that on me, Elise said. Let's put the stuff away later, she said, pointing at the bags. Do you think the boys are at your parents' house? Garrett glanced at his watch, then put his hands on his hips. If I had to guess at this time of day, they are probably at the training facility with Sierra. She promised to take them for a ride again today. Elise laughed. I just hope they don't wear out their welcome. Never, Garrett said. The kids around here are always welcome, as long as they follow the other Macklin's kids' lead. They will learn when they can ask and when they can't. Trust me, I grew up here. You learn to move out of the way quick when you need to. Kids are not in the way. I'm sure they've had a great time. They probably won't want to come home, Elise said. Garrett stuffed his hands in his back pockets. I hope that they will. He dropped his gaze to the floor. And I hope that they will be willing to call it home soon instead of always saying Garrett's house. Elise sighed. That's probably my fault. I was trying to keep things straight as I was saying that we were going back to my parents' house versus when we were coming here. She shook her head and put one hand to her forehead. It gets a little confusing. I know, Garrett said. It will all get easier. Once we get the house sold and you can be here full time. He met her gaze and reached for her hand. Come on. Let's go find where they are so we can have the whole family together. That night, Garrett lay in his bed, staring at the ceiling. For the first time in as long as he could remember, he was having trouble falling asleep. He could hear Elise sleeping on the floor near him. The sound of her quiet breathing in and out was a calm and peaceful sound in his room. After the weekend together, he hoped maybe she would be moving toward getting rid of the mattress. But then again, he hadn't been brave enough to kiss her yet. So he shouldn't have high expectations right now. He felt that in time, it would come. He silently prayed as he lay there. God, you have changed so many things in the past 48 hours, more than I ever could have thought possible. I pray that you would continue to draw us closer and allow us to get to know each other on a deeper level, and lead me and guide me as the head of this relationship. Show me when to push forward and when to hold back. Amen. As he closed his eyes and slowly drifted off to sleep, what surprised him the most was knowing the hardest part was going to be holding back. Chapter 36. Elise was surprised at how hard it was to leave the ranch to go back to her parents' house the following Monday. Every day before their trip, she had been desperate to get up and out the door, putting as much distance between herself and Garrett as possible. Today, she would have stayed with him all day. In fact, she wished that she could ask him to take her on that horseback ride he had promised. But that would have to wait. There was still so much to do at her parents' house, and no one to do it but her. No, she couldn't think like that. She had prayed and surrendered things to the Lord to say that she wasn't going to do it all on her own anymore. Garrett was there to help, and the entire Macklin family had offered to help in any way they could. The only problem was, she wasn't sure how to let them help. That's what today was about. Lydia had offered to let the boys stay at the ranch and play, so Elise committed to making a list and figuring out how to finish the house over the next 2 weeks. Also on her list for today was to call a real estate agent to get ready to list it. With her coffee cup in hand and her notebook tucked under her arm, she entered her parents' house. Somehow, it looked very different than the last time she had been here. Elise knew it was because of how the Lord was working on her heart. Without even thinking, as she shut the door behind her, she began to pray out loud. God, thank you for the work you're doing in my life. This is still one of the hardest things I've ever had to do. I never would have believed that I would be having to pack up my parents' house and getting ready to sell it after they were gone. Well, maybe, but I would have expected it to be much later in life. I don't know why I've had to walk through this, but, God, I know now that I'm not walking through it alone. Not only have you never left me, but you have given me a new family and support system to help me through it. She took a deep breath and blew it out, trying to get the emotion out of her voice. She knew if she let herself, she would be crying in moments. Thank you, God, for giving me the strength to do this. You have given me hope when I had no hope. Her heart fluttered as Garrett's face came to her mind. And I think, just maybe, you might be giving me love when I never thought I would find it. Before she could get any more emotional, she set to work about the house. The many tasks kept her busy, but her mind frequently wandered to Garrett, their home, the boys, and what the future would look like. Now, isn't it exactly what we needed? Sawyer said to the family. Garrett glanced around from his seat on the pontoon boat. He had to admit it was a nice view. Water stretched as far as he could see, and the clear blue sky made it a perfect day to be out on the lake. It definitely is different, he said. Never thought I'd see this bunch of cowboys out on the lake for a day. Sawyer chuckled. Yeah, but it's good. We needed a break. When is it my turn on the Sea-Doos? Jensen asked. Sierra swatted at him. Aren't you too old for that? Jensen bounced their baby boy Elijah on his knee. No way. Are you too old to ride horses? Sierra smiled sheepishly. Never. Then I'm never too old to ride a Sea-Doo. Garrett watched his brother and sister-in-law interact with each other but knew that he had no interest in riding a Sea-Doo. Really, he had no interest in being anywhere other than where Elise was. He glanced down at their hands, linked together, sitting so close together that their legs touched. Does this count as a cruise? He leaned close to whisper in her ear. That elicited a giggle. Not exactly, but it's nice. Garrett shifted his position and put his arm around her shoulder. Elise tucked her body into him. He took in a deep breath and let it out. Are you comfortable? He asked. Mm-hmm, she answered with a nod. Perfectly. That was exactly how he felt. Perfectly comfortable with Elise. How had he missed it for so long? That the easy friendship they had could grow into something so much better. How could he have watched his brothers fall in love, hold hands, cuddle, and laugh with either wives, and ever think that he could go his whole life not wanting that? There was that word he had avoided. Love. Was that really what this was? Do you want some water? Elise asked, stretching her legs and standing up. He was sorry to lose the closeness of her sitting next to him, but he let himself gaze at her standing in front of him. Her pink swimsuit cover-up dress hung down over one shoulder, revealing the light blue of her swimsuit, and her dark hair was swept up in a ponytail that cascaded down her back. He had always known she was pretty, but he never let himself fully appreciate her beauty. Now he knew Elise was gorgeous. Garrett? She asked. Oh yeah, sorry, I was distracted. He winked at her. Sure, water would be great. She glanced at him over her shoulder as she walked toward the cooler at the back of the boat. At that moment, he wished they were alone here. He would go after her. And maybe he would give her the kiss he'd been dreaming about. When she made her way back to the seat, a wake caused the boat to tip back and forth quickly. Whoa! Elise's voice rose as she tried to keep her balance, carrying 2 ice-cold bottles of water. Without pausing to think, Garrett reached out and grasped her waist. Pulling her to himself, she slid onto his lap. "Oh, hey," she said, staring into his eyes. "Thanks." Garrett's breath caught in his throat at the nearness of her. "Hey," he said. "Are you okay?" Elise smiled. "I'm just fine." "Sorry," he said, realizing he had overreacted. "I guess you weren't in imminent danger from a little water." "It's okay," she said. "I don't mind being rescued like this." He relaxed his grip but kept a hand on her waist. "Me either. In fact, I think maybe you belong right here anyway." Chapter 37. Garrett smiled as he glanced over at Elise in the passenger seat of his truck. They were almost home, and he couldn't wait to settle the boys down for bed and sit on the couch next to her. It didn't seem to matter that they've been together all day. He just wanted more. Elise was saying something, but his forehead creased as they neared the driveway. There was something on the road. "What is that?" Elise sat up straight in her seat and leaned close to the windshield to get a better look. "Are those—" "No, it can't be." "Cattle." Garrett spoke the one word, and a sense of dread washed over him. "The cows are out." He grabbed his phone. It rang several times before he got an answer. "Hey, man," Sawyer answered. "What's up?" "Where are you?" Garrett asked. "Probably about 20 minutes from home." "Why?" "Get here as fast as you can," Garrett said. "The cows are out." "What?" Sawyer practically yelled. "You heard me right. Just get back fast. I'm pulling into the driveway now, headed to the barn." "But where are they? How did this happen?" "Just get here." Garrett heard the sound of his voice rising. He didn't look at Elise. "I'll drop you and the boys at the house." Elise didn't say anything else, and he didn't turn to look at her. As much as he hated not to go home with her, he couldn't even think about it right now. This was his job. This was what he had to do. At a speed that was beyond what he normally would drive on the ranch, he drove to the house and only stopped for a moment as Elise and the boys got out. He put the truck back in gear and drove to the barn as fast as possible. After he parked outside, he sprinted into the barn and straight to his horse. He was sure he set some sort of record in the time he saddled his horse, then he headed back out to the road. Just before he reached the end of the pasture, he came upon one of the day workers. "Hey," he called out, seeing one of the day workers riding toward the cows. "What happened here?" "Hole in the fence," the man said matter-of-factly. Garrett could feel his irritation rising. "How many got out?" The man shrugged. "We're not sure. We've been working on rounding them up. 2 guys are fixing the fence now." Garrett bit his tongue as he watched the men's casual attitude. But he didn't have time to deal with that now. All he could do was go to work. He clicked his tongue and nudged his horse into motion. Moving towards the road, he began to herd the cows in the direction of the pasture. A short while later, Lawson and Jensen, along with Sawyer, arrived on their horses. Without a word, they all went to work. It was all Garrett could do to keep his mouth closed while they worked to get all the cows back into the fence. By the time things were settled, it was beyond dark. Garrett and the rest of his brothers moved to the barn, while Sawyer went to talk to the day workers. Garrett had just finished brushing down his horse when Sawyer walked into the barn. "Well?" Garrett said, jutting his hands onto his hips. Sawyer furrowed his eyebrows and tilted his head. "Well, what?" "What did they have to say for themselves?" Garrett demanded. Sawyer shrugged. "What do you mean?" "There was a hole in the fence. The cows got out." "I don't think that's all there is to it," Garrett said. You should have seen the way that one guy talked to me, as if nothing was wrong when there were cows running in the road. The other brothers began to gather in a circle as Sawyer spoke. There was something wrong, but it's fixed now. Garrett shook his head as he turned his back to his brothers. I knew we should have never gone today. We can't leave things without at least some of us here. This is our ranch, our home, our cattle. We can't just trust them to somebody else. Sawyer's voice echoed through the barn as he responded. Do you mean to tell me that you've never had cows get out? Have we never had a hole in the fence before? No, I didn't say that, Garrett said as he spun around. But we know how to handle it. We know our cows. And we had to come back and clean up the mess they made. Jensen spoke up then. Come on, man. They were doing the best they could. They were working on it, and if we hadn't shown up, they would have gotten the cows back in. Garrett shook his head. I don't know about that. Seems like we did most of the work ourselves, which is how it should be anyway. I just wish I'd never gone. Sawyer sighed, and his face softened as he moved toward Garrett and put his hand on his shoulder. Listen, I know you're tired, and you had to come back from a fun day and get back to work. I'm sorry about that. But right now, I think you need to cool off. Go home and see your wife. We'll talk about this tomorrow. But I think you really need to consider that this isn't anybody's fault and cows just get out. Garrett couldn't look at any of them. He made his way out of the barn and to his truck that was still parked out front. He drove to his house, much slower than he had driven here just a short while earlier. At the house, he threw his car into park, jumped out, and moved quickly to the front door. He opened it and, without thinking, let it slam behind him. As the sound echoed, he glanced up to see Elise startle from where she sat on the couch. Hey, she said quietly. Is everything all right? Garrett shrugged. I'm going to take a shower. He moved through the bedroom and into the bathroom. He heard her reply as he shut the door without looking. The cool water running over him probably wasn't the cooling off that Sawyer thought he needed. But what did Sawyer know? He was the one who planned this whole day anyway. No, Garrett wasn't cooling off. Why should he? After his shower, he yanked open drawers and slammed them shut as he pulled out a t-shirt and athletic shorts. He collapsed onto the bed, with the light still on. Elise had sat silently on the couch for several minutes as she heard the sound of the water running in the bathroom. Following that was the sound of drawers opening and closing at a high level of intensity. When that stopped, she waited several minutes for Garrett to appear in the living room. When he didn't, she began to wonder if she should go in or leave him alone. She sighed as she let her face fall into her hands. They had had such a wonderful day today. The lake had been a wonderful break from all of the work, both hers and Garrett's. The boys had a great time playing on the water, and she thought that she and Garrett were finally acting like a real married couple. Well, almost anyway. Now, if she was going to be a real wife, she needed to go in and find out what was the matter with her husband. Slowly, she stood and crept to the door. She opened it gently and saw him lying on the bed. Hey, she said softly. Are the cows all right? Garrett crossed his arms. They are now. What happened? Elise asked. Fence needed to be fixed. Oh, Elise said. Was that all? Wasn't that a common occurrence on a ranch? Why would that upset him so much? We just can't trust the ranch to people that aren't family. What do you mean? Elise asked. Garrett sat up. His jaw was set, and his nostrils flared as he spoke with a clipped tone. It's just the day workers. We shouldn't have day workers. We never have before. We've always worked the ranch ourselves. Elise took slow breaths in and out, trying to think of the right thing to say. It was just for one day. It's not like you abandoned the ranch. But we've never taken a day before. Why should we start now? We don't leave the ranch without the brothers here. It's our job. If we had been here, this never would have happened. But it has happened to you before, hasn't it? I mean, there's been a hole in the fence, and the cows have gotten out before, right? I seem to remember that happening all the time when we were in high school. Garrett shook his head. Yeah, I mean it happens. But it's just the way that it happened, and the way that they acted. That one guy, he scoffed. I don't even know his name. But he just didn't even seem to care. And why should he? He's getting paid for his day's work, and then he's done here. He doesn't have to care about the cows. But everything's fine now, right? Elise asked. I don't know. All I know is, it shouldn't have happened. We should have been here. I should have been here. If my brothers want to go off and play, fine, but I won't leave the ranch like this again. I wish I had never gone. Elise felt the sting of his words straight to her heart. She had treasured today, and now he was ruining all of it. You wish you hadn't spent the day with me? Come on, you know I don't mean that. Do I? How would I know that? I thought we had a great day together, but none of that seems to matter. You would rather give all of it up to be here, even though there were people who took care of things, and nothing terrible happened. You can't see past that. It's my job, Garrett said, as his voice rose a notch. I can't stand the thought that we left it to someone else to take care of and then a disaster happened. So does that mean that you're never going to leave? You were so angry that your siblings planned a surprise getaway for us. We managed to enjoy it, but now you're blaming yourself and saying you wish that we didn't go on our fun day off today. Garrett stood and paced the room. You just don't understand. I think I do. I remember how you said you didn't want any of this. She pointed back and forth between them. And you can't let yourself enjoy a day off without thinking it's your fault. Do you know what? If you think that everything is your fault, you think you're in control. You think the ranch can't run without you because you're so important. Garrett stopped and turned to look at her as if he was pondering her statement. You don't think I'm important here? You don't think that what I do is important? Yes, I do think it's important. And all of your brothers think it's important. But none of them seem to be taking on the weight of this like you are. You think that your brothers are all going to go off and have families and live their lives, and you have to be the one to stay here and make sure that nothing terrible happens to the ranch. Well, that means you think that you are solely responsible, and that you yourself can keep terrible things from happening. I never said I was in control. You didn't have to. It's obvious that you think you can manage the ranch better than anyone else. I'm sorry that I pulled you away from it. If you want to be here, and only here, then I'm sorry that I ever asked you to be anywhere else. This was all Sawyer's idea. Elise bit her lip and stared down at the floor. Yes, but I know that if Sawyer said everyone was going, you still would have stayed here, if it wasn't for me and the boys. You went for us today, but now you're telling me that it wasn't as important as being here at the ranch. Garrett didn't say anything for several moments. Elise looked up when she heard him moving toward her. What do you want me to say? He asked. She held her hand up. Nothing. I'm not mad at you, Garrett. You've always been who you are. You said you care about the ranch more than anything else, and nothing has changed. Every time we start to get close, the ranch comes in and pulls you away again. I'm not mad. I can't be. You've always said that's exactly what you wanted. She paused and looked him in the eyes. But I am sad for you. Maybe you love the work, but there is more to life than work. Your brothers had a good time today, and none of them are blaming themselves for something happening when they had a day off. They have families and children that they care about. They've learned to work and have a life. And I'm just sorry that you're missing out on that because you can only see the ranch as the most important thing. There was pain in Garrett's eyes, and Elise could hardly believe she had been so bold to speak the truth. I always hoped when we were younger that one day you would figure that out, but I see now that you won't. I appreciate the commitment you made to me and the boys, and I always will. Tonight, I think I'll sleep on the couch, so you can get some rest. I'm sure you need it for the full day of work you'll have tomorrow. She waited just a minute to see if Garrett would say anything else. When he didn't, she went to her mattress and pulled off the blanket and pillow. Then she closed the door behind her as she walked out of the room. Chapter 28. Garrett left for work in the morning, just like he had done every morning for as long as he could remember. But today wasn't like any other morning. He'd barely slept, despite the fact that Elise had reminded him he needed rest. His mind wouldn't stop rolling her words over and over in his mind. His stomach hurt now, but not like he was sick. More like his guilty conscience was eating away at him from the inside. Should he feel guilty? All he ever wanted to do was take care of the ranch. Wasn't that important to the family legacy? Then again, if he wasn't leaving any family behind, what was the point of a family legacy? Maybe it wasn't enough that he was leaving that part up to his brothers. Garrett moved into the barn as his stomach growled since he skipped breakfast. He wasn't ready yet to face his brothers after the way he ended the evening last night. He had thought he was blaming himself, but he was starting to see that by doing so, he was belittling the work they did too. Just a few steps into the barn, he discovered that skipping the meal didn't help anything. "Morning," Jensen said, stepping forward to greet him as the rest of his brothers stood behind him. Hey guys," Garrett said, dropping his gaze to the ground. He didn't expect they would let him saddle his horse and leave. "We want to talk to you," Colton said. Garrett lifted his cowboy hat and ran his fingers through his hair. "Yeah, I'm sorry about last night. I know I was a jerk. I shouldn't have said what I said." "That's not all there is to it," Sawyer said. "We know how you feel about the ranch. I can relate. There was a time when I thought the responsibility of everything fell on me, and I couldn't let anything slip. I had to learn that we all share the ranch, and I'm not in control here." He chuckled. "Even if I wish I could be." Garrett stared at his oldest brother, wondering how his words could mirror Elise's so clearly. "The ranch is great, and we're all glad we get to be part of it and work together as a family," Jensen said. "That's the thing, though. We're a family, and that's most important. If one day there's no Whispering Oaks Ranch, there's still a Macklin family." Garrett put his hand on his hips and took a deep breath. "It seems impossible to imagine the family without the ranch." "I know, and I'm not saying that will ever happen. I don't suspect it will. And I look forward to our kids and their kids living here and running the place for generations," Jensen said. "Garrett, you said for such a long time that you didn't want to get married or have a family because the ranch was all that mattered. We decided it was time we tell you that you're wrong." Garrett looked at each of his brothers. There was such concern and sincerity in their eyes. "So what is this? An intervention?" "Call it what you want," Colton said. "We care about you, and we don't want to see you go on like this anymore. Yesterday was the final straw. We thought maybe things were changing when you married Elise, but it hasn't been enough. Yesterday was a great family day. We all know it. Then we came back to a problem, which was less than ideal, but we can handle it and move on with our lives. You won't let it go. When you said you wished you never went yesterday, it hurt all of us. And we can only imagine how Elise would feel if you said that to her." Garrett tucked his head and rubbed his forehead between his finger and thumb. "Oh no," Hawk said. "You didn't say it to her, did you?" Garrett looked up and shrugged. "I was just saying how I felt." "Oh man, it's worse than we thought," Jensen said. "I'll apologize to her. I did have a good time yesterday. I was just upset." "Apologizing would be a good first step," Sawyer said. "But it's more than that. You've got to stop believing you alone are responsible for the ranch, and you've got to learn to have a life of your own." Garrett shoved his hands in his back pockets. "I'm not sure I know how to do that. The ranch has always been my life." "But remember when we were in high school?" We worked here, but we still went to school and had fun with our friends. We made time for it, Jensen said. We were kids then, Garrett pointed out. So maybe learn to think more like a kid again. Besides, being a cowboy is the kind of job kids dream of growing up. Why not just remember the magic of being a kid growing up here? We worked, but it was fun. We never worried about it. Bring that magic into your adult life and enjoy your new role as a husband, Jensen said. Garrett wasn't sure how to do that. Take the day, Sawyer said. Haven't I taken enough time off? Garrett asked. Nope. Not when you can't enjoy it, Sawyer answered. Spend the day here. Enjoy the ranch. Ride your horse for fun. Spend time with your wife. Just try to relax. Garrett was sure he didn't know how to do that. Fine. Can I saddle my horse now? His brothers nodded and stepped aside to let him through. Once Garrett was on his horse and out of the barn, he was tempted to just go to work. But with all of his brothers ganged up on him, he knew it was no use trying. He could go back to the house, but he didn't know if Elise would want to see him, or if he was ready to see her. Maybe he did need some time to think. Before he could decide where to go, he found himself headed to a familiar spot. It was the same trail he and his friends, including Elise, would ride when he was a teenager. That seemed like a very, very long time ago. His thoughts ranged from frustration that his brothers just didn't understand him, to concern that they could be right. God, he began praying out loud as he entered a wooded area. What is wrong with me? I've always believed work is a good thing. I like to work, and I feel like my purpose here is to work. Why doesn't everybody understand that? Garrett didn't hear an answer in an audible way, but he knew in his heart. He sighed. God, I've placed my identity and my worth in my work, and I have chosen to believe that I can control what happens at the ranch. Lord, you are the only one who can do that, and you don't need my help to do it. I'm sorry that I was so angry yesterday and blamed the day workers, and that I said I would never take a day off. God, you even rested after you created the world. So if rest is good for you, then it's good for me too. He rode on in silence for a while as he let the prayer roll over in his mind. Peace washed over him as he continued down the path. Still, he knew there was more he needed to say. God, I haven't done right by Elise. Sure, I wanted to help her out, and this was a huge favor. But you didn't create marriage to be a business agreement where two people live in companionship. You created it for much more, and I've been missing out on it. She's right. Every time we start to get close, I let the ranch get in the way. He shook his head as emotion burned in his throat. God, I'm sorry that I've hurt her again. Show me how to make it right. His thoughts began to churn then, and he knew what he needed to do. Garrett kicked his horse into a gallop, and as the wind blew in his face, he began to remember the magic of riding a horse and being a cowboy. Just like Jensen had said, this was what was missing in his life. It was life itself, and joy, and even love. Thank you, God, he whispered as he turned his horse and headed exactly where he should be. Chapter 29. Elise tried to focus on working at her parents' house all morning. There was plenty to do, and it helped keep her mind off Garrett. She was knee-deep in a pile of clothes she was bagging up for donation when her phone buzzed. With a sigh, she reached in her back pocket and pulled it out. A text from Garrett. Hey, we need to talk. Could you meet me at the barn at noon? Elise wasn't sure she was ready to talk yet. It would be so easy to tell him she was busy today and put him off until later. But she felt a nudge that this talk was a good thing, so she typed a response and sent, I'll see you then. She closed her eyes after she hit send. God, I don't know what he's going to say. I'm not sure how we move forward from here. Please prepare me and protect my heart for what you have for me. An hour later, Elise parked her car in front of the barn and climbed out. She silently thanked God again for the Macklin family and that the boys were with Jensen's kids today. She didn't know what they were doing, but she knew they were safe and taken care of, and most importantly, that no one was trying to take them away from her now. Before she could take more than a few steps towards the barn, Garrett came from around the side. Elise gasped when she saw he was leading 2 horses. "Hey," he said, his voice low and tender. "Hi," Elise responded, not sure how to act. Garrett moved forward until he was only a few feet from her when he stopped and held the horses still. "Are you not working?" she asked. He shook his head. "Not today. Will you go for a ride with me?" This was the last possible thing she had expected, and it took a moment for her to nod her head. "Sure," she said. "Are you all right? I feel like I should check you for a fever." "I'm better than all right," he said. Without another word, he moved around to the horse and motioned for her to join him. She lifted her foot into the stirrup and reached for the saddle horn. Garrett's hands moved to her waist as he helped her up and onto the horse. The touch sent a new sensation through her. Garrett went to his horse and mounted. He clicked his tongue and nudged his horse. "This way," he said. Elise followed his lead as they moved across the yard. Her heart pounded in her ears in rhythm with the sound of hoofbeats. They rode for several minutes in silence, and Elise could sense that he was waiting to find the right spot. When Garrett finally pulled to a stop, she recognized the place as one they rode to often in high school. He dismounted and came around to help her down. Then he walked the horses over and looped their reins around a tree. "Do you know where we are?" he asked. She nodded as he walked toward her. "We rode here several times, and we had a picnic that summer before our junior year." "That's right," he said. "That feels like a lifetime ago." "Mm-hmm," Elise said, waiting for him to say more. He took her hand in his and led her over to a fallen tree that was perfect as a bench. He sat beside her and looked into her eyes. "I've been thinking a lot about that time. I thought I was the same person then, but I've realized that I've changed a lot, and not all for the better." Elise swallowed hard as her heart picked up speed. "What do you mean?" "Back then, I still wanted to work on the ranch, and I was pretty sure I was going to be a bachelor forever. But it was different. I still had friends, and we went on crazy adventures, and I looked at working on the ranch as fun and exciting. Not hard work and a heavy weight of responsibility." "What changed?" Elise asked. He shrugged. "I couldn't put my finger on it, but I think it was just getting older and seeing other people change. My brothers started getting married and having their own lives, and somewhere along the line, I went from thinking I just loved working the ranch and couldn't imagine anything better to believing that if I didn't do the work, everything would fail." He shook his head. "Saying it out loud just sounds ridiculous, but it's true." "And how do you feel now?" "I'm so sorry for how I've acted. Elise, I've missed out on so many things because I couldn't see past work. Even back then, when you could see that there was a connection between us, I was blind. I didn't think I could have the ranch and a life, and because of that, I hurt you. Then we made the decision to commit to marriage, but I only saw that as a job. I was sure we could just be married on paper and not fall for each other, but that was the most ridiculous thing." Elise took slow, deep breaths. "Are you saying we have fallen for each other?" He turned then and took both of her hands in his and faced her straight on. "Elise, we fell for each other a long time ago. I just didn't know it. Since we've been together, every day I've fallen more and more in love with you. I've only been too scared to say it out loud." Elise sniffed as tears began to roll down her cheeks. "Do you mean it, Garrett?" He cupped her face with his hands then. "Yes. I love you, Elise. I believe I always have." "I love you too, Garrett. I've waited a long time to tell you." "I won't make you wait another minute." He gently put his arms around her, closing the distance between them. Elise softly gasped just before their lips met. Garrett's lips moved with hers, gently at first, sealing the promises they had made to each other. As he deepened the kiss, a wave of peace and comfort washed over her. She clung to him and pulled him closer, kissing him again and again, certain she would never be able to get enough of this moment that she had dreamed of. When they parted, Elise felt the cool wetness on her cheeks and reached to wipe the tears away. I truly never thought I would hear you say those words. I'll never stop saying them. I love you, Elise. Somehow it feels like my whole life has been leading up to this, only I didn't know what was missing in my life until today. What was missing was life. You made me stop and realize there is life outside of work. I still love what I do, and I hope I always will, but at the end of the day, I want to put it aside and come home to my wife. Elise gasped softly. I don't think I've actually heard you call me that. Garrett dropped his gaze sheepishly. I don't know if I've said it. Elise? He lifted his hand again to place it on her cheek. I want you to be my wife. Not because you need help, but because I love you. I want to be with you always, and share a full life together. He paused then and stood. Elise held onto his hands as she watched him kneel on one knee in front of her. He took her left hand and lifted it up, pointing to the ring on her finger. I asked you before to marry me. I told you that I was making a commitment, and I would stick to it. Now, Elise, I'm asking you to be my wife, in every sense of the word. Will you be my wife, my partner in life, and share everything together? Elise took a deep breath and blew it out. Yes, I will, Garrett. It's everything I've ever wanted. He stood then, and she did the same. As he reached for her, she easily moved into his embrace and lifted her chin to offer her lips again. Garrett breathed her in as he kissed her. He moved his hands to cradle the back of her head. She fell into him, and he couldn't believe she was all his forever. Elise was breathless when he leaned back to look at her. I love you, he said again. I love you forever, Garrett. Hand in hand, they walked towards the horses. I think we still have time for a ride. Do you want to stay out here a while longer? Garrett asked. Of course I do. Any time you want to spend with me, I'll take every moment. Garrett smiled at her. And I plan to give you every moment I have. Epilogue. Lawson Macklin sipped on lemonade and tapped his toe to the music while he watched family and friends on the dance floor. The upbeat song ended, and the music slowed down. Lawson smiled as he watched Garrett pull Elise close and hold her tight as they swayed back and forth. The entire family seemed to be enjoying the long-awaited wedding reception. Why aren't you out there? His friend Riley Kennemer poked Lawson in the shoulder. He shrugged. Just thought I'd hold things up here. Let my brothers enjoy the dancing. You going to enter that rodeo at the end of the month? Riley asked. Dude. Lawson reached out and pushed his friend's shoulder. Shh. Oh, I see. Riley dropped his voice to a whisper. So you still haven't told any of your family you want to compete in rodeos? Yeah, Lawson shrugged. So what? You're a grown man, Riley said. Are you afraid they're going to tell you you're not allowed? It's not that. It's just that if I tell them, it will be a big deal. Everyone will have a million questions. My mom will definitely try to talk me out of it, and my brothers will either try to compete against me or just tease me to no end. Trust me, it's better if I get a few of them under my belt before I tell them. How are you going to do that? You guys all seem to know what everyone is doing at all times. Lawson scratched his head. It is tricky, but I've managed to sneak away to work and train with you. I think I can handle a couple of days. Riley laughed and clapped a hand on Lawson's shoulder. I'm sure you can figure it out. I'll let you enjoy the party. Lawson lowered his head, hoping no one had heard his friend's remarks, especially since Garrett and Elise were headed his way. It's almost time for the toast, Garrett said. Are you ready? Lawson patted the pocket of his shirt. Got it all right here. Thanks for doing this, Garrett said. Of course I told you I would end up being your best man. Lawson smiled. You were right. Just a little bit delayed, Garrett said. He turned and looped his arm around Elise's waist. Although, I have to say, I think having the reception a few months later is perfect. Now we can just enjoy it without the stress of the whole wedding. It's not a bad idea, and now you just get a party when you're already married and enjoying life. You don't even have to rush off tonight to a hotel either. Garrett looked at Elise, who flushed bright pink. We're looking forward to an extended honeymoon next week. But yes, tonight we'll just go home. Garrett leaned in close and kissed Elise as he wrapped his arms around her. We're just glad she finally convinced you to take a vacation. Garrett laughed. I'm still not sure how I will do with 4 days on a cruise ship, but I'm happy to be spending time with my beautiful wife. Glad for you. Now, you just give me the signal and I'll give you the best wedding toast you've ever heard, Lawson said. Garrett nodded as they moved to talk to other friends around the room. It was funny to watch Garrett acting so comfortable and carefree with his wife. He had been so certain he would never get married. Even after he married Elise, he was still so worried about the ranch. Elise must have been good for him because he'd changed a lot recently. Definitely for the better. Garrett held Elise's hand as he walked to the front of the room and whistled for everyone's attention. Hi, everyone. Elise and I wanted to say thank you so much to all of you for coming to our reception. We know this is different from a typical wedding. He looked at Elise and winked. A lot of our marriage hasn't been typical so far. We're just grateful that so many people wanted to support us and love us during this time. We're thrilled to celebrate with you. Also, thank you for all the gifts that you brought. I took a glance at the table, and it's overflowing. He chuckled. I don't know what half of it is, but Elise does, and she's excited to put them to use in our home. Laughter rang around the room. I guess I just keep saying thank you because I'm overwhelmed at how much I don't deserve this. I never thought I would be having my own wedding reception. But more than this party, I don't deserve Elise. She's the most patient, kind, caring, and fun woman I've ever known. Many of you thought we would be married years before now. So let me be the one to apologize for the long wait. Elise was the one who always knew we would be together. He turned and faced her then. Elise, you are incredible. I knew you were special when we were younger, but now I know it's true on a whole new level. God knew exactly what he was doing when he made you and brought you to me. I love you. I'll say it every day for the rest of our lives. I'm committed to you, to our home, to our family. I'm committed to putting you first and taking care of your needs. Thank you for being patient and waiting on me to figure things out. I'm forever grateful. And now that the long wait is over, I'm so excited to celebrate every day with you for the rest of our lives. Elise wiped at the tears spilling down her cheeks. Garrett took her face in his hands and kissed her. Cheers echoed in the building. It was just as it should have been all along. As Garrett and Elise held hands and stared into each other's eyes, it wasn't the first day of their marriage, but they knew the adventure of their lifetime was only beginning. Ready for more from Whispering Oaks Ranch? Don't miss Lawson's story in Faith for the Cowboy.